Um, Before we do call to order, just a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, computer, two-way radio, or other sound device, we ask that you silence it at this time to minimize disruption of today's meeting. Can we please start with supervisors' introductions, District 1?
Good morning, all. On this nice snowy morning, Patrice Horseman, Supervisor, District 1.
Thank you. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current chair.
Adam Hess, Supervisor, District 3.
Morning, everyone. Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
District 5.
I'm Lena. Welcome to our meeting, District 5.
Thank you. Now, can everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty. Thank you. We will now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. If you would like to make comments regarding the public hearing item, please hold your comments for the public hearing. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take the public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. We do have several comment forms for those in the room. So I'm going to call Bruce Sobzak up from Workforce Development, and he has a public comment. If you could just please state your name and address for the minutes. We'll provide you 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Bruce Sobzak. I have the honor and the privilege of serving as the chair of the Coconino County Workforce Development Board. I'm here to share some good news about a recent WIOA program that was a product of the Coconino County Workforce Development staff led by Mr. Billy Francis. As you already know, WIOA is landmark legislation that is designed to strengthen and improve our nation's public workforce system. There are 593 local workforce development boards in 53 states and territories across the U.S. In the past, WIOA boards have gotten the reputation of being one of the best kept secrets in the business community. In response to that, the DOL launched their initiative through their Workforce GPS website, Yes, WIOA Can, an initiative to pursue bold and innovative actions to strengthen our workforce infrastructure while centering equity in everything we do. Through the initiative, we want to tout the flexibility of and dispel the myths around perceived barriers to WIOA. With that mission in mind, I'm excited to report on behalf of Billy Francis and his team the overwhelming success of the Coconino Work Experience Expo. This groundbreaking collaboration served 51 in-school youth with an impactful work-based learning opportunity. We engaged 27 employers across 5 communities. Participating youth explored industries from retail to maintenance to public relations to library assistance. Beyond mastering specific skills, they gained soft skills, including communications, problem solving, teamwork, all vital for success in the workplace. This phenomenal outcome was made possible by the partnerships forged between the Coconino County Workforce Board, our Title I service provider, Kim Musselman, who is here today. Big thank you to you, the school district, and employees and employers. The collective commitment provided students with real work experience. As a result of this success, the County Workforce Development Board was recognized with a prestigious Innovation Award at the 2024 Workforce Arizona Council convenes. This award will be proudly displayed in the Workforce Development Office as a testament to Billy's leadership and his staff's hard work and all their team partners. But it's to be shared with the county's community, partners, and employers, as well as this Board of Supervisors. Leadership matters, and we appreciate your support and guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. We next have Dee Hoagland. If you want to make your way up to the podium, Dee, we will, if you could please state your name and address for the minutes, and then we will have 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dee Hoagland, and I live at 2530 North Sweet Clover Way, 86004. I have to confess that public speaking was not my best subject in college, so for that I apologize. I'm a retired teacher, mother, grandmother, member of NASCA, and a resident of Flagstaff. First, I'd like to recognize the efforts of the county for all the work that has been accomplished in long-term flood mitigation for the flood corridors in the Schultz pipeline flood areas. According to the latest IPCC report, and I quote, "Radical changes are required on a systemic level, and every available measure needs to be undertaken to have the chance of keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees centigrade," end of quote. If we continue with business as usual, global temperatures will increase beyond 3 degrees Celsius, which equals 5.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which will adversely affect every ecosystem and every community. Science is clear that burning fossil fuels is a major contributor to climate change. Phasing out vehicles with internal fossil fuel combustion engines as quickly as possible is urgently needed. The majority of people that we speak to at events are concerned about climate change. We've gathered 2,300 signatures from residents stating this. A recent survey found that 3 out of 4 people in the U.S. expect climate-driven disasters to intensify. That includes more fires, more flooding, more weather extremes. People are doing what they can to reduce their carbon footprint. They're walking, they're biking more, postponing car trips, and installing solar panels when possible on their rooftops. Does the county have a written plan for moving to greater use of electric vehicles? As the infrastructure of charging stations improves, some of the limiting factors are lessened. We have supplied a list of grants available to various departments for electrifying vehicles. As you move into budget discussions in the coming months, please include transitioning to electric vehicles with all new light-duty vehicle purchases. We are experiencing a climate crisis, and bold actions are needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. We next have Phoenix Eskridge Aldama. You could please state your name and address for the minutes, and you'll be provided 3 minutes for comment.
My name is Phoenix Eskridge Aldama. I live at 2556 West Clement Circle, Flagstaff 86001, District 1. Hello, thank you for the chance to speak here today. My name is Phoenix Eskridge, and I am a resident of District 1. I'm a PhD candidate at NAU in the Earth Sciences and Environmental Sustainability program, and I work as a part-time instructor at NAU teaching the general education course Climate Change. I'm here to speak to you today about this issue, and more specifically, I'm here to promote fleet electrification as a solution to this issue. And we will need many simultaneous solutions in order to reach global carbon neutrality by 2050, as suggested by, or as really required by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is our leading, it's a body of 195 member countries, and they're our leading source of science on climate change. And so this panel, they determined that this goal would be critical to avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change and to prevent irreversible changes to the global climate system. And Coconino County residents are therefore responsible for controlling our own emissions. And one great way to help accomplish this is by replacing our diesel or gasoline fueled vehicles with zero emission electric vehicles. And Arizonans are on board with this. A 2023 poll by the American Lung Association found that the majority of of Arizonans do support implementing policies in support of transitioning to electric vehicles. There are many grants which Coconino County qualifies for to fund this electrification, such as through the Inflation Reduction Act and through the U.S. Department of Transportation. And I also would like to offer my own support and the support of the members of the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance, including Dee, and we have over 10,000 other members in the community in Northern Arizona. And specifically those in our fleet electrification climate action team are fully dedicated to this, and we're ready to help and be supportive in any way possible throughout this transition. And so thank you all so much for everything you do for the county. And I have flyers. I don't know if I'm allowed to read these, but.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and since it's called the public, I know we have to make our comments brief, but really appreciate both of you being here today. Extremely important issue that's very important to the board and for all of Coconino County. Thank you for coming from District 1. I appreciate to see you. And, you know, and I also appreciate your acknowledgments and what we're trying to do, also forest restoration to put an end to catastrophic wildfires, which of course release unbelievable amounts of carbon in the air. And really appreciate your information. Please continue to feel free to send us further information as your research moves forward. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time?
Yes, Chair Vasquez, we do have Doug Meyer who would like to speak. Doug, if you can come up to the podium and you could state your name and address for the minutes, you'll be provided 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Doug Meyer. Live at 8810 Stardust Trail, 86004. I'm here today with a possibly time-sensitive matter due to an updated federal regulation concerning fee simple to trust land transfers. The regulation is in Title 25, Part 151, and I'm referring to the procedures in Section 11, Paragraph C. This regulation went into effect on January 11th, or just 12 days ago. The new regulation apparently does not require early public notice of an application for such a land transfer. And so I have no idea whether any relevant application is in the works. But given this new regulation, I'm here to request on behalf of the public that if and when Coconino County receives such notification from the U.S. Department of the Interior, that the county publish that letter as a legal notice in the Arizona Daily Sun. The new regulation also requires the affected local jurisdiction to reply within 30 calendar days with several items, including any possible land use conflicts for the secretary to consider. It's apparent from the regulation and the Department of Interior's response to comments that without such a reply, the secretary will not be able to consider possible land use conflicts. I'm aware that the applicant does not have to file a business plan. Even so, for any hospitality industry development located on the acreage surrounding the former Horseman Lodge restaurant, the community refers you to the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan approved by this body a little over a year ago. Specifically, there would be land use conflicts with the commercial goal that new commerce primarily serves the planning area residents, and also land use policies number 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and 20. I'm requesting that these land use conflicts be forwarded to the Secretary of the Interior in any county response, and that the county also publish that response as a legal notice in the Arizona Daily Sun. Thanks very much for your time, and I'll email a copy of this statement to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time?
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. If there's anyone else that would like to make a comment, you can make your way to the podium. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Vasquez, we have no hands raised.
All right, we'll give it 1 minute, see if
Okay.
anybody raises their hand.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
All right, in that case, we will be moving on from public comment. Now time for action item number 1, proclamation, consideration, and possible action to approve a proclamation designating January 27th, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. With that, Mr. Brian Harris.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and Vice Chair Begay, members of the board. Today, I'm honored to read the proclamation in honor of the memory of my cousin Nathan Muller, who at the age of 16 survived Auschwitz and was then relocated to live with my grandparents in Chicago in 1945. And the proclamation designated January 27, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, whereas on this International Day commemoration, we honor the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and millions of other innocent victims of Nazism. We embrace the survivors and their descendants. And whereas on January 27th, 1945, 7,000 prisoners were liberated from Auschwitz-Birkenau camps, a date that is now International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas we celebrate the survivors who overcame horrific injustices with remarkable courage, determination, hope, and resolve, while those who lost their lives remind us to reinforce our duty to counter all forms of human cruelty and suffering. And whereas we reject any form of Holocaust denial, anti-Semitism, and all forms of hate, we reflect on the heinous acts of the Holocaust and affirm that never again will such an atrocity of murder and genocide threaten human dignity. And whereas we commit to remember this dark chapter in human history and honor the memories, victims, and the survivors, especially as fewer and fewer survivors remain. Whereas on August 22nd, 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors passed and adopted Anti-Discrimination Resolution 2017-50, supporting cultural, ethnic, geographic, and religious diversity to draw upon the expertise of our community and resolve that racist propaganda has no place in our country, while unequivocally condemning any advocacy of racial supremacy. And now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of remembering and honoring the victims and survivors of Yom HaShoah, of valuing the sanctity of every human life and ensuring the horrors and crimes of the Holocaust are never repeated, we do hereby recognize January 27th, 2024 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day and encourage all Arizona residents to combat bigotry, human cruelty, and anti-Semitism, and instead recognize the diversity that strengthens us all as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, thank you for that. And also that this touched your family. And it's obviously, we need to remember, and especially since so many who were survivors, there weren't many, but those few survivors will know are, of course, passing on since they are reaching advanced age. It's important to remember that not only through our anti-discrimination policies, but in our own lives, that racial intolerance, religious intolerance, racial bigotry are just not acceptable in our society. So thank you, and thank you for reading that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Hess?
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate this. As a veteran, this means a lot. This is near and dear to my heart that we fought to make sure that this was ended. So I really appreciate this day, and I really appreciate it being like Horseman said, this is near and dear to you, and I think it means a lot to us too. And I just want to say from the veterans, you know, we're out there to make sure we can fight this and any atrocities like this ever again. Thanks.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. It wasn't just a Holocaust. It is people that it's the history of the world. People, for one reason or another, that are not in the same color, not of the same religion, not of the same lifestyle. That goes through, and a lot of it is done in the name of God, which is really sad. And I'm really happy that this recognition has been added to our proclamation, because this is a very sad chapter in the world's history. And it's really, we still live it today. We still live racism and just people that just don't like other people just because of their color. I was just telling the story last night. We walked in, my mother, I was young. We walked into the wrong place and dragging our laundry in. And she was telling me that this particular laundry, and this is the reason why it was the next door place that we're supposed to go. She went there, and this is when I was young, is because that she's not told to leave. Other laundromats, in Flagstaff, they would tell her to leave. And this is not, and then we go to restaurants, and I would interpret for my mother and grandmother and others, and I was just young, and we would be told to leave. And we think that it doesn't exist in Flagstaff in our region, but it does. And we're trying to work on it systemically within our county. We're trying to work on it in various fashions, but we are now fighting legislation that does try to minimize certain individuals or groups of people because of just who they are. So I just appreciate you reading that. I'm very sorry that you've gone through it, and we're still living it today in various forms. Some are very subtle, others are very much in your face. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Brian, for bringing this before the board. I think it's very important that we have this added on to the other proclamations that have come before the board. And certainly, yes, I just want to say that, we shouldn't be living in a hateful country or, but the thing of it is, we all have to learn how to live with one another and, listen to one another and help one another. And I think that in that way, that some of us, we really appreciate, all sorts of nationalities, and that, we don't want any kind of human cruelty or bigotry going on, so, but it's going to get us united. And if we treat everyone with respect and and acknowledge their backgrounds, and so a lot of people have gone through these, and different tribes, different nationalities, that they've gone through this a lot, and it shouldn't be like that. But I sympathize, with all the others that have gotten the worst end of it. And some of us, we did, relocation efforts, for the tribe, and, taking them, far away where we can't even have them near our, and the government is the one that kind of displaced us in that form. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this, and it's very important, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this proclamation today. It's really important that we remember our history, and the Holocaust was one of the terrible chapters in our global history, and it's so important that we don't forget what happened, so we don't allow it to repeat itself. And unfortunately, since World War II, there've been very many instances of situations, genocide in particular. I think of Guatemala in the 80s and 90s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and I think about how those kind of efforts really displace and hurt people, and as was mentioned by my colleagues, we need to remember what's happened in the past so it never happens again. And it's so important that we acknowledge what was happened and remember, so that way we can move forward and heal as a people. And so thank you for bringing that proclamation today. At this point, do we have a motion to approve this proclamation?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman.
Second.
We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Proclamation approved. Does anybody else have any comments? We do have some announcements. Ms. Serena Contreras.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I'm Irina Contreras, the Diversity Coordinator with Human Resources. I'm just going to read off some of the events that we do have for Holocaust Remembrance. Although the day is on the 27th, which is Saturday, we at the county observe the whole week. So yesterday we kicked off with a tour of the Americans in the Holocaust exhibit from the Holocaust Museum. Today from noon to 1, we will be looking at some videos about early warning signs. Thursday is a video for interviews with the last survivors. Thursday is a video about the hidden children of the Holocaust. And we're wrapping it up on Friday with a story of survival told through generations. So these are all available on the county website. There's Zoom meetings from 12 to 1 each day of this week. So if you would like that, just let me know. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up, where's the consent agenda? All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I would like to remove item number 4 from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any other items, board members? Staff has requested that we remove item 11 until further notice so that they can come back to us at another time. Are there any other items to be removed? Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 2 through 12 minus item number 4 and item number 11?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman.
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, item number 4, consideration and possible action to reappoint Mike Levin to the Coconino County Industrial Development Authority Board of Directors for a 6-year term expiring January 23rd, 2030. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you. And I believe Mike Levin may be on the line and may be available also to address the board. Before I make the motion to reappoint Mike Levin, I'd just like to notice the importance of serving on the Industrial Development Authority Board. He's already taken up the responsibility for the last 6 years and most recently serving as chair of the board. And, I just want to recognize him and the good service of the other 5 members of this important board and work they do on behalf of Coconino County. And many of us here on the board certainly do know we have within our own districts commissioners who serve on behalf of our districts. This is countywide serving on this board, and we understand the importance of our community members working on behalf of all of Coconino County and serving on these really important boards and commissions. They make our jobs easier and they make our county run smoother. So I want to acknowledge their good work, and in particular, I want to acknowledge Mike Levin's good work. And I will make the motion, but Mr. Chair, if we can, we may want to give him an opportunity to speak.
Yes, Mr. Levin, if you're online, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, county staff. Thank you for the kind words, Patrice, and a special thanks for consideration of extending my appointment. And it's my privilege to serve the county in this role. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? In that case, can I get a motion?
Yes, I'd like to reappoint Mike Levin to the Coconino County Industrial Development and Authority Board for a 6-year term expiring on January 23rd, 2030.
Thank you. Can I get a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
And thanks, Mike. Really appreciate all you do here for Coconino County.
Thank you as well. And likewise for all the good work from the board and staff.
All right, thank you. All right, number 11 will be pulled, but just for record's sake, number 11 is consideration and possible action to approve a license agreement with the Fort Tuthill Military Museum for the use of 2 county buildings and certain open space at the Fort Tuthill County Park for the historical interpretation and display of military artifacts for the education of the public. The term of the agreement shall be 5 years with 3 5-year renewal options. This is through Parks and Rec, but as mentioned, staff has requested that we pull it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We will likely be back at some other time with it. We need to do some additional legal work. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that clarification. All right, now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, now we have the Flood Control District Consent Agenda. May I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District Agenda Item 13? Unless, of course, there's any questions or comments on Item 13. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, now may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, can I have a motion to resolve as the County Public Health District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Now, are there any health district items that board members want to consider separately? That would be items 14 through 19. Supervisor
item-
Fowler.
Item number 16. And
Are there any other items to be
number
removed?
19.
Number 19, thank you. Now may I have a motion got ahead of myself. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items 14 through 19, pulling number 16 and number 19?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Can I get a second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Now, if we could go to item number 16, consideration and possible action to approve an independent contractor agreement budget amendment with Red Feather Development Group to increase overall original budget amount by $75,000 for the fiscal year 2024 to a maximum amount of $416,019 from August 24th, 2021 through May 31st, 2024.
Thank you,
Director Ma-
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kim. And first of all, I want to just give a shout out to Billy Francis and his team with the workforce development and their award. It's just absolutely amazing. And thank you to you and your team for that award. Just wonderful things that the county is always being recognized for. And I hadn't heard one from the workforce development, so that one is really wonderful news and accomplishments that the county is doing. So I just want to recognize the public comment that was made. Wasn't able to make a comment then. Kim, I pulled this item and it's Red Feather, and they are the ones that are doing some projects for us on behalf of the county. And I was wondering where those some of these projects are taking place.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Fowler, and Board. They're taking place in various locations across the county, but specifically on Navajo. And I also have Michelle here, and I don't know if we've got any specific locations, but I can get that information for you. But they are focusing now specifically on a lot of weatherization projects. But I'm happy to provide you additional information in terms of specifically where some of those are, once I'm able to get that for you.
Yeah, you know, as Board of Supervisors, that would be good. As Board of Supervisors, we are questioned sometimes at these community meetings that we attend as requesting for service of something like a weatherization, and it's when you just wonder where are these services? So it could be provided to the board. That would be great. And then how do people get identified for these projects? How do people apply, or how do they identify their clientele? So thank you.
Yes, I will absolutely provide the board with that information as a
Great,
follow-up.
thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about item number 16? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you for bringing this before the board. And I kind of, just like Lena said, you know, we do get questioned how they get selected and where they at, and, you know, and some of the things that has been brought to our attention also is issues and concerns with the renovations or weatherizations that have been completed, supposedly have been completed, but it's left unattended. So I wanted to make that known, because that's not only one home that that has been identified as. And so I really need to sit down with you separately, and I think I did mention it to you at one time, but we really need to go back on that one and try to resolve that issue. So thank you very much, and it would be helpful to have the board know exactly, you know, where these weatherization projects are being at. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor, and happy to do that, and also happy to have the Executive Director of Red Feather also be part of those conversations. Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, thank you. Next up is item 19, possible consideration and possible action to approve contract number CTR 068793 with the Arizona Department of Economic Security for a period of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 in the amount of $570,000 to provide healthy families home visiting services. Director Musselman.
Thank you. And yes, Supervisor Fowler, I know you asked to pull this. Did you have a specific question about this contract?
Yes, thank you, Kim. And I just want to just recognize how important this service is. There are great needs in our communities where I went on a home visit with your staff at one time. And what I saw and how they cared for these individuals in their homes, or just trying to get them services that they are not aware of. Many of them don't even leave home. They're just bound to their home, and many of our residents don't even have maybe they don't have relatives or a vehicle to go anywhere. And just seeing that with your staff was just really an eye opener for me at the time. So I just want to thank you for having this and going after this grant with this partnership with Department of DES, and just really thinking that you're looking at the whole family and making sure that the family are well and individuals that live by themselves. So I just want to thank you and your staff for that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Appreciate that. We have some amazing staff in our Healthy Families program, incredibly committed and really,
Strong.
yeah.
You have to be emotionally strong of what you see in some of the homes. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, and thanks for the explanation of both 16th and 19. And just want to point out that we really rely a lot on our social service agencies here in Coconino County to provide the services that are so necessary for the folks who live here, and provide these services countywide. And really, these are things that we, the county, do not have the ability to do. So partnering with these social service agencies are so important for us to really provide, as Supervisor Fowler underscored, the needs all across here in Coconino County. So a big thank you to our partners, social service agencies, and appreciate you bringing these forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. And I would just note too, this is a 5-year contract that we just renegotiated, and understanding, there's 5.5 employees that are funded from this grant, and that do provide, as you've both indicated, much needed services to our communities. So thank you for that. And we're grateful that we were able to make those negotiations work so that we could provide the services and continue to operate and support our employees who are providing the services.
Yeah, thank you. And, it's really good that Governor Hobbs really focused on Arizona families in her State of the State address. So just want to recognize that, and this is right. And our priority at the county is just right in line with that. I want to thank our county manager and management and just the support that they provide in various ways to our families. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I look forward to your advocacy, both at the state level and the federal level, when we're looking at childcare bills that are coming forward regarding the caps and eligibility, that it will be, that definitely needs to be addressed at the federal level as well as the state. And so those things are coming forward, and we'll be very active in providing you all with information to advocate on behalf of our families as well. Thank you.
Very good. And if I may.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Supervisor Horseman.
And you may have also gotten a call on this too, just the extension of the family tax credit.
Mm.
I know January Contreras has been very active in that for Arizona families. So hopefully you've heard from her.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
With that, Mr. Chair, I move, oh, there any other?
No, go ahead. That was going to be my next question, so please proceed.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 19.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. The next item is a public hearing. We will have staff present, and then I will ask for comments from the public. At that time, Clerk Daly will provide instructions on how to provide comments in person and virtually. First, we will start with staff's presentation. The public hearing, consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2024-05, authorizing Coconino County Health and Human Services to submit an application for Community Development Block Grant Regional Account Funds for Coconino County and to prioritize the two applications received. The county is expected to receive approximately $326,382 in fiscal year 2025 federal funds from the Arizona Department of Housing Regional Account, and the resolution allows for a letter of intent to be sent on behalf of Coconino County based upon the board prioritization of project applications. And I'll hand it over to Assistant Health and Human Services Director, Michelle Axel.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I also have Kevin Goss from NACOG on the line in case there are questions that you may still have. So to start this off, this is the second hearing. We did receive two applications. So in the process timeline that you're looking at, we're at the January 23rd, where you will be ranking the two applications that we received, and that would allow us to provide a letter of intent through NACOG to be able to apply for the funding. The funding will not be available until next October. So the two projects or applications that we received, one was for senior services, which was a collaborative of Fredonia, Page, and Williams. And thanks to Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Horseman, they had some questions about some details that I will provide here in just a second. But they are requesting $155,691 to help 50 seniors with navigation services. This would be a new project for all three locations. The rental and mortgage assistance also requested the same amount, so kind of splitting the money in half. This will help 51 individuals with rental or mortgage. Mortgage assistance has decreased. The application for the Arizona assistance has stopped as of December, and so mortgage assistance is really tough to come by for many families. And so this program will be very beneficial. We can help all those in rural Arizona through our social services at HHS. So both applications that we received do meet low or moderate income to benefit people or who are elderly. They're also in non-entitlement areas, making them eligible for your consideration. So of the two projects, what I wanted to do is be able to show a quick map of what you're looking at as Coconino County. We'll just look at Fredonia in the left top corner here. You can see the total population sitting at 1,300. They have over 296 seniors that are over the age of 60 with a poverty level in their area of 16.56%. Tucson was another area that was asked about. According to the American Community Census, there are 603 individuals in that community. I believe it's probably a little higher by now. And they have 43 seniors over the age of 60 with a poverty level of 5.6. That is one of the reasons why they currently are not part of this project, just with the lower poverty level. We really tried to focus on higher poverty level areas in non-entitlement areas. Blue Ridge was a question by Supervisor Begay. They have a little over 1,000 in their population with 588, so quite a senior population in the area. Their poverty level is at 4.5. So again, a very low percentage when we compare that to Page, Williams, and Fredonia. We know that 1 in 2 seniors nationally do not have medication, gas, or extra income to pay for services. So these navigation services will be critical. Part of the navigation services that is being proposed is for resource navigators to go into the homes, provide assessments for individuals for slips, trips, and falls, be able to help coordinate for those service deliveries, as well as be able to help coordinate for the benefits they deserve, working with veterans, helping them get hearing aids, working with their banks, moving the process along there. We also know with rental and mortgage assistance that social services in Coconino County at HHS helped over 338 households with rental assistance, over 1,100 with utility payments, and 50 individuals are on a current waiting list to be assisted this month. Sorry, Supervisor.
Just for the general public's purpose, could you explain what entitlement area is? Thank you.
No problem. According to CDBG, Coconino County rotates every 4 years to get services. Page is in that rotation. Williams is in that rotation. The city of Flagstaff and tribal lands are annually allocated dollars through CDBG, so they are considered entitlement areas. The city of Flag will be issuing their entitlement funding next week. So next steps for the Board of Supervisors is to decide on both applications. If both applications are considered, we do have enough funding for both to move forward, but that would be upon your approval. And then approving the resolution for us to provide the letter of intent to NACOG. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions by supervisors at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you for the explanation on how you selected the applications and or how you selected the areas. And I think the 2 applications received are both meritorious, and I'm looking forward to the public hearing on these, but I certainly am supporting both these applications.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. These are both in my district.
They are.
And I just really appreciate the focus on that district. It just so happens that that's where the service is needed, especially in the Fredonia area. What we're running into is like, it's right on the Utah border. If they go to Utah and they can't get service there because that's the state line. And the Utah residents can't get service in Arizona. So then they're right at the corner there. And it's just really challenging. And then the closest service will be 1.5 hours to Page. So it just creates a big challenge. And then from Page to Flagstaff. So that's the distance that people are really looking at. And just when it comes to the elderly services, I'm really happy that there is a focus on that and that this grant is proposed on their behalf. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Hess.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work on this. Williams is on here, which is in my district. So I like that we're spreading the wealth, as you stated, across the county. And I think this is a very helpful project. I fully support both of them for sure.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you, Shal, and also Kim for looking at grants, out to help our people out there. And these two services that are being recommended for to solicit dollars for, I'm in total agreement. I do have Blue Ridge on there, but it's very minimal. I'm not sure how we can identify at least one person down there. But anyway, I just want to say thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys are doing and considering the county as a whole, to assist in these areas. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just reiterate what my colleagues have mentioned. We really appreciate both projects. Look forward to seeing them implemented. So thank you for the presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Now we have the public hearing is open. We will now take comments. When you are called to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those present virtually can provide public comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment on this hearing, you can make your way up to the podium if you're here in person. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Click on the hand and that will notify us you'd like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will notify us that you would like to speak. We have no one in the room and there's no hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, we'll give it 1 more minute before we close this hearing.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I am now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman? Oh.
No, I'm ready to make a motion, but I think you should probably ask the motion from Supervisor Fowler, and I'll second it.
Okay. Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, thank you. And I just want to appreciate the hard work that, just doing the research, just to put an application in takes, it takes a whole team to do that, and then knowing the communities as well. So our health department, I have to, and all our departments, they work county-wide, 18,600 square miles. And you've got to really know your population, study it, and that's how these proposals are put together. And many times it's multiple agencies that are working together as well. So I just want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate Fredonia, the town of Fredonia and City of Page for, I know that you partner with them quite a bit. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We are really proud of our partners, and I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Kim Musselman, just for her leadership and the direction she sets for us at HHS is just amazing and allows for this to happen. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we approve item number 20.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve resolution 2024-05, authorizing Coconino County Health and Human Services to submit an application for community development block grant, regional account funds for Coconino County, and to prioritize the 2 applications received. Can I get a second, please? Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passed.
Thank you.
All right, next up, discussion items. Item 21, discussion, review, and possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar. County Manager.
Yeah, so we need some help here because I know we've been doing a lot of work with the calendar, with the retreat dates and budget. And so we're going to show it up here. Working with your district offices to make sure the calendars are coinciding. So. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So let's see. So we're, first today's schedule, let's look at February 6th. Can you make that a little bigger? Lindsay, I can't. Okay, so on the 6th, you see the list here, consent items starting at 10 a.m. Let's see, we've got a presentation from Office of Resiliency at the governor's office. We have another presentation on the wildfire crisis in the county, a presentation from Parks and Recreation on Bull Basin conservation, and then the memorial program at the county parks facilities. And so those are the items for the 6th. Let's see. And then from there, the board is going to be attending the NACO conference in DC, the legislative conference, the 10th through the 13th.
Isn't that actually the 7th? Because we're going out early, everybody's going out early?
We just put the conference itself dates, but there's the pre-meetings.
Because
we
we'll
can
have
change
hill
that.
visits, maybe.
Yeah, we can change that. Yeah. So again,
Yeah, I just wanted to note too, I know two supervisors and some staff are going down the night of the 6th. So I know we have our board meeting the 6th, and I understand if people want to leave earlier and join the board meeting virtually, depending on weather, that we'll be aware of that if supervisors need to join virtually.
Government Affairs is putting together the schedule of meetings and working very closely with each of you, especially with the congressional visits that are taking place. And Bob and Anna will be here later on today to connect with the board on their work at the BC level. 19th is a holiday, President's Day. The 20th, we come back in session. We'll be doing budget presentations from 1 till about 4. And then we have a presentation on the county comprehensive plan update. That evening, a public hearing. We have the public hearing for finance, and that is the expenditure limit first public hearing that's taking place on the 20th. And then we have a case on the P&Z calendar. And then on the 23rd, and this has been a change, the retreat has been changed from a Friday, Saturday to just a Friday event only to avoid a conflict that's taking place on the 24th. And so Friday is the retreat date. Included in that, go ahead.
If I may, just real quickly on there, just for the board's information, I'm glad the retreat date has changed. I do have a WIR meeting on the 23rd from 2 to 3, which I will have to attend.
Okay. We're also including my performance evaluation as part of the retreat time block for the 23rd. And so that'll be an exec session. So the retreat will be the 23rd from 8 to 5. We'll carve out time for conflicts that you may have with your schedules. And then my evaluation will be part of your time together in exec session. The 27th, starting earlier, if you'll note, morning half of the meeting may be adjusted depending on the amount of consent items in roundtable. But again, we're increasing more time on those dates to accommodate our budget discussions. And so we start at 8, roundtable, following a presentation again on wildfire crisis. We have budget for 2.5 hours. And then if we have the need for an exec session, we've got time allocated for that, but can be also redirect that for other uses.
And if possible, if I may, just in terms of the wildfire crisis, I see that scheduled for 2 hours. I know we have a whole lot of that going on, and if that can be limited somewhat, we really appreciate it. We're receiving very important information, but it would be great to try to limit that, because especially with budget coming up, so we'd have more time for budget discussion.
Then on the 29th, we'll be having a retirement celebration for Dr. Zarnecki, who is our retiring medical examiner. And that is on the 29th from 2 to 5. And then from there, the first meeting in March, you can see items there, including a presentation from Health and Human Services on the Community Health Assessment Report. And then following another presentation on wildfire, budget presentations, and again, more time if we need anything on exec session. I think that's as far as I'll go, because the following week, the week of the 11th, the Leeson Flagstaff is the FEOSD spring break.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Mr. Chair, we have another wildfire crisis in Coconino County presentation. 2 board meetings in a row.
Yeah, there's a series of work sessions that the Flood Control District had put together. But again, we can modify those based on board's direction.
Yeah, we're pretty much getting those reports quite a bit, so.
Okay. We'll communicate that back to Flood Control.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, I mean, I do not want to leave the impression of how, that we don't think it's important. Obviously, we think these
No.
are extremely important
It is
and
very
important for us to hear. But we are trying to put in some budget information, which we know we're going to be inundated with. So to the extent that we can consolidate some of that and make it a little bit more concise or a little shorter, that would be fabulous. So we want it. It's great information, but
I
if,
can assure you, we're doing our best to make
I
it all
know,
work.
I know.
It's
Yes.
been a challenge, though, with
And
schedule.
so are we.
Well, so are we. We will continue to do that.
And I ditto just what Supervisor Horstman just said. It's very important information, but at the same time, it's just.
Okay, we
Thank
can
you.
do that.
Chair Vasquez, I just wanted to note, because you and I talked yesterday about the April retreat. So if you look, I put a little note to remind myself to bring up to the board. I know there's an event happening on Saturday, the 20th. So if you want to do this, if the board's preference is to do the retreat an all-day Friday, much like February, the 19th of April, and drop the Saturday, we can do that.
We're talking about
April 19th and 20th.
April 19th and 20th. Board members, what is your preference for the retreat? We're originally scheduled for all day Saturday, but in light of the fact that there are some events in the evening that day, it might be worth our while to move it to Friday, but would like to get your opinions.
Either would be fine for me. If in fact, Saturday, we would have to I would have to leave the retreat early, probably around 4. But having said that, I can do it Friday or Saturday up until 4.
Thank you. Any other supervisors' input? Supervisor Fowler.
I can do retreat on Friday and part of Saturday if we need to. I think retreats are really important to really get us ready for these upcoming major decisions that are going to be coming before us. We need to have, give each other updates and try to move together forward.
Okay. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Steve, and your staff for putting this planning calendar together. I think it's important, that we do hear from the programs departments, and that, I know scheduling is not an easy task to do, but I just want to say that, thank you for doing that. And so any schedule that you come up with, I will make every effort to be there. So I just want to say that I know, where time is an essence, to your staff and then to us all here as board, but we just have to make things, do things and make sure that we're here to keep the county going. So the more we know, the better we can make decisions on behalf of the county. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay, just quick question about the retreat. Do you have a preference between Friday or Saturday?
I want mine on Monday. No, just kidding. Friday, Saturday, that is fine. I've already kind of blocked that out.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hess.
As you know, the new guy, this all helps me get in set. So this is helpful. Anything I can get, and this really gives me that good snapshot. I really appreciate this. So keep that up. As far as the retreat, I scheduled for both days, so I'm open for both days. I think it's important, as my colleague said, as much as we can go over in the retreat, I'll take as much knowledge as I can. So I'll take as much time as I can if that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would agree. I think it behooves us to go ahead and schedule for all day Friday, and then we can make a decision if we want to overflow into Saturday or not. But that Friday be our board retreat, and then Saturday can be an overflow time if we so need it. So,
Good, we'll make that change.
all right, thank you.
Good.
Next is item 22, discussion update from county manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters.
Mr. Chair, the only item I'm going to report on today is an award for our Sheriff Jim Driscoll. On the 20th, he was presented with the Game and Fish Commission's Award of Excellence for his dedication and contributions towards conserving and protecting Arizona's wildlife and outdoor heritage. He was nominated by the Deputy Director, Tom Finley. And so again, this is a great accolade for Sheriff Driscoll's work in that area. So I just wanted to make that note to the board, and we'll extend our congratulations and appreciations on your behalf to the sheriff.
All right, thank you.
I'll ask the deputy managers, are there any items that we want to raise at this time?
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Just a thank you to everyone for their attendance at the Election Center ribbon cutting yesterday. It was a great event, and a huge shout out and thanks to, of course, the election staff, to the facilities management staff for all of their work to get the center ready, to the information technology staff, and all those who participated in getting us to yesterday, as well as Secretary of State's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should be it.
All right, thank you. Well, next we'll move on to roundtable to discuss pursuant to ARS 431.02 H. These matters will not be acted upon. They're reports from the supervisors, updates on new projects, district budgets, requests for services and initiatives, and updates from county staff. So we'll go ahead and start with District 1.
Oh, paybacks, right? I'm sorry, it's a little bit longer than normal because we didn't get to do that last time. I think only District 5 got it in real quick. So, but anyway, first, since Deputy County Manager Brown brought it up, first and foremost, I'll talk about the election center. And just again, a big shout out to all of the county staff, especially elections and facilities, that made that such a great event. It was great to see people from all across Coconino County there. Really appreciated the Secretary of State and the Deputy Secretary of State, even from the little state of Rhode Island that was there. And I think it was very well received, very impressive. I'm going to say that. And our community should feel very secure in their voting process and the security of their ballots. So Esler, to you and your staff, a big shout out. I really like the murals. Those are really cool and really interesting to see. So nice event. I'm going to go back a little ways. We had some great holiday events, and we're not going to go into it specifically other than to say all across Coconino County, from Tucson to Williams to downtown Flagstaff. It was just a marvelous holiday time for our community and for the families, certainly indicating that our wonderful holidays are some of the most wonderful times of the year here in Coconino County. And want to thank all those that really made that possible and made such wonderful family events all across Coconino County. I want to let the public know that we continue to work in a collaborative effort and across numerous stakeholders for snow play. I think many of us are aware that we have been very successful putting Flagstaff on the map as a winter wonderland, and Williams as well, and other places across Coconino County. And we do need to continue our work so that we can bring and invite people up to safely recreate here in Coconino County. And we need to start looking at other snow play venues. I know we've been in discussion with the city, also the Forest Service, and private industry, and we'll continue to work on that. And a big thanks to our emergency management department, who works across all of our first responders and City of Flag Police Department, Sheriff's Department, et cetera, to continue to work during some of our big snowy weekends. Hopefully we'll have more big snowy weekends to make sure people are safe as they recreate and as they also basically use our streets here across Coconino County. Also want to have a shout out to the retiring judge. Judge Slayton has retired as our presiding judge, and a big shout out to Judge Reed, who has taken over the presiding judge position. Was able to have coffee with Judge Reed this morning, and really thanked him for him taking up the reins for our judicial, to really all across the judiciary, whether it's municipal as well as the Superior Court. Many of us, I think all of us, have been involved with meetings down at the state legislature, meeting with our legislators and to promote those bills that are very near and dear to our hearts. Obviously the refunding for the DFFM funding for emergency wildfire management. We also have left the message to these legislators. We know they'll be dealing with a very difficult year. They've got now, which $1 billion has turned to a $2 billion deficit. And we want to make sure, and the message given to them is they cannot continue to balance their budget on the backs of our county. It's quite frankly, we can't handle that. Also to indicate that it is important that they maintain local control so that we, the Board of Supervisors, can, and quite frankly, other local governments can continue to serve their people here in our local communities. And certainly we who live here, who work here, who have our families here, are in a much better position to advocate and to pass regulations, ordinances, and laws on those directly affected by them, and continue to support local control. Got to meet Mary Knight, who has joined on rural broadband and our IT team, and look forward to her advocacy and bringing her years of experience, got her out of retirement from FUSD, and really look forward to continuing her advocacy on behalf of Coconino County for rural broadband. Also, I was able to, with the great help of my district director, Cindy Soki, we had started the merit selection process. We had our nomination commission that met. I know that other supervisors also are in the process of getting their nomination commissions together so that we can recommend to the governor's office and to the state senate commissioners for the trial court election commission. And by the way, this is really important because we are going to have probably two different judicial positions in the Superior Court vacated in the next few years. And so we need to make sure that as part of our commitment to merit selection, that we get our commissions together and we make our recommendations for our, I should say, our committees together, so they make the recommendations for our commissioners to serve for these important merit selection appointments. And we had our very first BLM, our RAC organization meeting. I'll be going down next month for the first meeting with the newly formed BLM RAC. Look forward to advocating on behalf of Coconino County for public lands and especially our BLM lands, which are extensive here in Coconino County. Had a meeting with our Public Lands Recreation Advisory Subcommittee and met with our Public Lands Committee for the National Association of County Officials and also WIR, which, as you know, I sit as the elected alternate for the state of Arizona. All of this, and I know we're all doing the same, and I know Supervisor Fowler's been very busy in prepping for the NACO Legislative Conference that's coming up in NACO in 2 weeks. We've been prepping with our government affairs team also to advocate on behalf of our residents here in Coconino County for the things and the issues that are so important to us here, especially, quite frankly, forest restorations. They're going to hear from us. We expect them to live up to their commitments so we can live up to our commitments here in Coconino County for forest restoration. MLK Day was a day of service. MLK continues to inspire all of us in our communities to do what we can for everyone across Coconino County and was very happy to take part in the Day of Service with the Democratic Party. Very well attended event. Continuing with rural groundwater management. Advisory Committee continues to meet. We continue to work and advocate on behalf of the governor for her report that she sent to the state legislature, and we are hoping that the state legislature will hear and understand the importance for us here in rural Arizona to have groundwater management so that we are able to make decisions about our own groundwater sustainable future. So it has been a busy time since the first of the year, and I look forward to my working with my colleagues in Washington, D.C. to continue our advocacy on behalf of Coconino County. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll skip mine until the chair's report, so we'll go on to District 3.
Good morning, thank you. I survived. I made it through the first 2 weeks, I guess it's been, so made it. I just want to, I've been doing a lot of things, survived, and I've enjoyed the entire process. That's the main thing I want to get across is it's been a lot of work, but it's very, very hopeful, and this is why I joined this job. So I'm couldn't be happier. I got to go to the CSA, as we talked about. I got to meet so many people there and get to talk to people and really a lot of knowledge just at the meet and greet, and then the legislature going to the Capitol as a member of the Coconino County Board was surreal, and I was so proud to do it. Got to do some meetings. A colleague here got to support my back, so thank you very much. I really needed that. So you definitely took the reins on that. I appreciate that. I got first day on the job, I got to meet with the Friends of Coconino County. That was very enjoyable, and I got to work that with Parks and Rec. I even got to throw out a couple ideas, so I feel like I was helpful for that, for the disc golf tournament that they're planning. So as a very, very new disc golfer, I was pretty excited about that. I won't be joining the tournament. I'm not ready yet. Learned a lot about flood and fire. That is probably the number one thing, and I've stated that before, and it's been stated numerous times, it's probably our biggest concern right now. And I had to really jump and get on board with that knowledge, and I'm still learning a lot. I have a meeting on Friday. I'm gonna go out in the forest and look around and then get some knowledge out. So I'm looking forward to that with Jay. The Election Center, I got to do my first grand opening and speech, so thank you very much for that. That was it was enjoyable. It was scary, and I made it. But it was very good to be there and be part of that, the ribbon cutting, and I think that's a great facility, and it's going to help me and everybody else to really have that one consolidated location. And it's going to be, as you said, the fair and honest elections that everybody, and I mean everybody, wants. This isn't something that people are looking for a way around. Everyone wants it fair and honest. And I really appreciate that. I got to go to Alliance meeting. That was pretty interesting to see how we fit in with everything around the city of Flagstaff. Still finding out all that. And then I just really want to thank the staff and everyone that I've met throughout the county and throughout the state, really. But you guys have kept me going. I'm up and running, got an office and phones, and I feel like a real board of supervisors. So here I go. So again, thank you very much, and that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Brigade, District 4.
Thank you, Chair. It's so nice to be the fourth person to make third or fourth person to do the report, because all the stuff that we're doing is usually, talked about already, and we get together and go to various meetings that are the same, and so I just have some items to bring up, and so went to a District 4 chapter officials meeting in Talani Lake, which consists of Loop, Talani Lake, and Bird Springs, and so what they do is they talk about transportation and other issues that they have within their area as a region. So and there you get a lot of information as to what to look out for, and if they pretty much kind of advocate for them on their behalf. So so during the time that we had these meetings, there was road issues, student bus route issues that was brought up, to us as a county. So those will be conveyed to our area with the MOU that we have with the county. So those, so I just want to say that those meetings are very beneficial. And, so, and then the other one that I attended was the Loop water meeting. 25% of the Loop community have water and infrastructure to be developed, and there's some wells that are not really working, and so they're trying to get those wells going. So of course we had the Mountain Line meeting where we sat down and talked about some of the tasks that we had done back when we were having one of the meetings. I think it was 3 months ago, where we did we were put in groups, and that's how we established, how what was needed, and where we should add bus stops, and just kind of make it more efficient for the community. So that was one of the things that we talked about, and I think that's very important, because it helps to curtail a lot of safety issues, to kind of help with the safety aspect of Mountain Line, stops and things like that. We also had a reentry meeting with Mother Buffalo, and they're trying to get the reentry going into for people that have come out of the jail system, and to get them, get them services, and then also to get them back on the road, as far as going back into the communities that they come from or other areas. And tomorrow we are meeting regarding that. They're applying for a grant, and so so that's what we're doing tomorrow, is to get together as to see how we're going to really put our grant together, or they're putting a grant together. And this Mother Buffalo is headed by Catherine Williams, who is pretty much a director, with reentry efforts, and working well with the social services, the jail system, and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing in that arena. And of course, we all went to the CSA meeting. There were topics that were mentioned here that we discussed, and also the and the election portion of it. That yesterday we had that ribbon cutting, and I thought that was really, really nice, because we had Secretary of State Fontes there, and we also had Secretary of State of Rhode Island. I thought, that was nice of him to come by and to visit, the where we have our elections, and he was very well pleased. I had a chance to talk to him. He says that he wants to kind of replicate how the setup is, and so those are things that happen, and a lot of it is transparency, the fairness in elections, and we all spoke on behalf, little scripts of how, you know, we would like to see the elections department going and why it's there and even the how it was planned and how the location was picked. And so I just want to say thank you to the colleagues that have made every effort to, you know, to find a location, and also Steve and your staff, you know, for allowing that, you know, to happen. And so, so I just want to say thank you so much. And then we attended also I attended a Donny Park fire district meeting. Basically, there, you know, was a lot of issues regarding land. And you heard a public comment this morning about the tribal. During a public comment, you know, how there was a thing that came up to us just a while ago. I wrote it down somewhere. But anyway, those are things that are always come up, you know, as tribal lands, tribal, what's the name of that? But anyway, that issue keeps coming up, you know, because somehow, somewhere, they're being told that where the location is, you know, for that the lodge, Horseman Lodge, is going to become a casino. But as of now, I have not heard anything. So I think that's the concern that the people have in that area within Donny Park and Fernwood area. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention. Again, CSA meetings. And there are a lot of other issues that are happening within our district. And of course, you know, we do get a lot of calls and also emails, you know, and we try to help, you know, to clarify some issues and also to ensure that, you know, there's a smooth operation going, or their concern and issues are addressed. So I just want to say thank you, you know, for the other board members bringing up all the other meetings that we're in together. So thank you so much. And that's my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, District 5.
I am not doing a darn thing. I'm just sitting at home. So I'm so happy that you all are doing what you're doing on behalf of the county. So I am, again, I guess we just can't be thankful enough about the elections. The Board of Supervisors invested in the, you know, in the and a new facility. And of course, we have great staff. Thank you, Esler, you and your staff, county recorder, management, for putting all that together. Elections is so important. We have fought to be able to vote in the state of Arizona. We have fought to vote in the country. And even today, there are obstacles that keep getting thrown out there. Despite all of that, we are working to make sure that election is something that is very much available to everyone that wants to vote, to be able to register and vote. So that's where we're at with that. Just want to appreciate everyone. So from District 5, you know, I don't know when we're not busy, but we all are. We are, as it was announced, that we are preparing to go to NACO right now, the National Counties Association. I serve on the National Association Board of Directors. I'm the vice chair for the Rural Caucus and the Economic Development Workforce Development Committee, and I'll serve on the Veterans and Military Family Committee as well. And so in doing so, we review all the issues that are within our county and work with our staff to be able to carry that message of advocacy to the to our federal departments, as well as our congressional delegation. And then we also are working on other issues with the National Counties Association. For several years, I've been the chair, president of the National Counties, the National Native Leaders, National Native Leaders and Alliance. And yesterday we got really good news. I was so high, so with happiness. We actually are on the agenda for the National Counties Association. And we are meeting, it's the National Association of Native County Leaders and Allies. We have a luncheon that we're scheduled. It'll be on February 11th from 12 to 1:30. We had our meeting yesterday with just the organizers, and it's a luncheon, and we're just really excited about that. So we invite all those that, Native County leaders to be there, and allies. It's a really usually Native or like association conference is just jam-packed with all the meetings from the time it starts to the time it ends. So we squeezed ourselves in this here, and we actually got approved, we got recognized, so we're very happy with that. So this particular group is all the Native Hawaiians, Alaskans, and other Native Americans across the country that are meeting. So that's what that's for. We are, yesterday also, we decided that we are going to have our VITA services opening on February 5th to April 30th. I want to thank Corey for helping us, of course, County Manager, and Corey for assisting us through this process. We have Miranda Morales, that is now our IFA number. She's going to be our site coordinator, as she has, and she's the one that really has spearheaded this project from the beginning, and really excited to offer this service. We're going to do a scan and go and be able to provide the service this year again. We've been doing that for several years now. We continue to work on broadband. Broadband is a big issue. We have a BEAD meeting today and tomorrow down in Phoenix, and all the states have their plans out. And I say all the states, we work with the New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, and Colorado. They have their plans out, and we, as well as Navajo Nation, is working on their plans, and other tribes, and trying to take advantage of this one-time offer from the federal government for this broadband. When we talk about broadband, we're talking about long haul, which is really not in this plan, but I just want to explain that long haul is like from Denver all the way to Phoenix, or Salt Lake to Phoenix. And then there's middle mile, and that's what Coconino County proposed from Flagstaff to Fiber 124 to Utah border, and then to the City Junction to the New Mexico border. That is a middle mile. The last mile is taking that middle mile and actually taking it into the homes and businesses. So when we talk about broadband, that's how we are, that's what we're talking about. So right now, Coconino County has a plan, and I think it's a really great plan, has a 5-year plan. Everyone has their plans put together, and this is a very competitive process that we're going through. So in our broadband meetings, we're going to have our next one. We're aiming for February 21st in Page, and of course, we always have it on Zoom as well. So we're going to be working, meeting with all the states and having them do presentation on their update on that one. With today, again, the several days in a row, we had our power shut off in Tuba City, so schools were canceled there or on delayed schedule. The schools, all the businesses, they're completely impacted because the power just shuts off, and we don't have people are not able to do their business. So that's just a side note. And then another exciting news, I'm just full of exciting news. Yeah, from sitting at home doing nothing. So we, you know, as you all know, we've been having the Flagstaff Justice Court and the city court Flagstaff hold court in Tuba City, so that we might be able to service, you know, where people live. Well, we're working on that now with the Judge Maya Rodriguez out of Page, City of Page. She is our Justice Court judge, and so we're putting that together right now. So that's going to be a really exciting process. I just want to give a shout out to our judge Maya out in Page and her staff for really working on that. Back to the taxes, working with we had our meeting again yesterday, working with our income tax, the IRS staff that we work with, Heather, and the advocacy office with the IRS. We're putting together a Zoom or a virtual, I gotta say, a webinar on tax laws that have changed and how to prepare for this upcoming year. The advocacy office will be able to answer people's questions on if they have a question for IRS or if they received a letter. We all have to remember, and this is for the public, that you know, IRS is not going to give you a phone call. They're not going to text you. So be really careful. And the reason why we started this tax service, free tax service through the VITA program, is because people are asked to have their tax, or they find businesses do say that they can do taxes, but they will only give them a credit card, or else they're told they can only use it for a down payment for a vehicle. So they don't really get the money. The money is really, or it has a high cost to it. So that's why we can, that's why we started this free tax service VITA program. And I really, again, want to thank our county manager for always supporting us on that. As you all know, we started the Regional Trails Alliance. Those mapping of the trails, existing trails with a parking lot and a trail. We are working every day. While we're working, those trails continue to be mapped. We have a couple more pictures that came in. I get so excited when all the trails are identified and they're mapped out. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, and when you come park, walk out, and there'll be a map of the trail right there. And we'll have a website for it. I want to thank our Parks and Recreation for helping us with this and putting had a grant came in to do a website, be able to see the trails on the website. And and an app also, so that people know whether they can walk the trail on their own, if they need a guide, or it'll give them all the instruction, how hard it is, how easy it is, and so that is continuing to move forward. I'm really excited about that. So we do have, so those are the updates that I have from our district. Just really quickly, our colleagues talked about our state update, and the Farm Bill is really important to our county. We rely on it. This delay of the federal approval for budget is really impacting our federal agencies. They cannot hire and plan for the year because of this approval of budget for so many months at a time. They struggle to complete and plan projects, plan them and complete them. This is a time when the seasonal workers are going to be hired through the year. And that creates a challenge, and that creates a big impact on our county, especially when it comes to forest restoration, forest, the flooding and mitigation that is happening. So those are things that we are really attuned to, and we really want to make sure that we advocate to have that, to make sure that those are addressed, and that we advocate to have the federal budget approved. So that's where we are, and I could probably give a lot more. Where we continue to do make community visits, and also meetings that we attend. So so that's what I'll provide for now. I'm just excited about some of the other projects that are moving forward, and we'll be giving updates as we go along. It's like the conference I've been talking about. I might as well just, we're having meetings now. We're putting together our conference and how it's going to be shaping up. I'm really excited that we have partners that we're working with, so we can do this outdoor economic conference in Page. In Coconino County, we always talk about how we rely on tourism. What does that mean? Who are the, when the pandemic shutdown happened, our businesses really suffered. We didn't see the tourists come through here. They're the ones that are really on the forefront a lot of times to keep our businesses, be able to sustain them, be able to buy from them. Our businesses rely on outdoor industry. So for that reason, I decided that I'm going to put this conference together, and we're putting it together. So I'm really excited about that. And as we go along, we'll just keep you up to date. And it's coming together really well. I'm really excited about it. So that will conclude my updates for now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I guess it's my turn. First off, I'd like to just give a shout out to our elections department, and also all the staff that were involved in yesterday's ribbon cutting ceremony. It was really nice to see all the effort and what went into that building, and just knowing that confidence of how transparent our process is. I think that's hugely important in this upcoming election, and so it was really gratifying to see that building renovated the way it became, especially considering when we were first pitched the idea and given schematics. So to go in and actually see the building, it exceeded any of my expectations of what that would look like. So well done, everybody, elections department, facilities, IT, everybody that was involved, all the county managers, staff who helped support and put the event together. Great job. It was nice to be able to celebrate our efforts towards giving our county free and fair, transparent elections. I did talk to some folks that were very impressed with the facility, and saying that it rivals up there with one of the best facilities in the state, and so that's exciting. And hopefully other counties will look to our elections warehouse as a model to replicate. So that was exciting. Great job, everyone. And thank you to our Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, for attending and supporting our efforts in improving our elections capacity here at Coconino County. I've also been doing a lot of meetings first with Arena Contreras, our diversity coordinator, to discuss different DEI challenges and opportunities here in Coconino County, and what kind of changes are possible. Then I've been also participating in different of the advisory council meetings. I attended the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council retreat and talked to them some about what their role is as advisors to the Board of Supervisors, and potential a vision of what DEI in the county could look like. I also attended the the African Diaspora Advisory Council meeting as well to discuss some of those visions. Unfortunately, the next day was the IPAC meeting, and I meant to go to that one, and I ended up missing it due to some family concerns. So I apologize, IPAC. I will make the next meeting. But continuing to have those conversations with different stakeholders in the county about potential diversity efforts moving forward. Then I also had the opportunity to have two NACO meetings, Transportation Policy Steering Committee meeting, and Immigration Reform Task Force meeting, getting ready for the NACO conference in 2 weeks. And those will be meetings in person, so that's always exciting. They give us in these two meetings, a lot of times it's experts in the field coming in to present. However, none of the last two of either one of those meetings were things that were actually relevant for us here in Coconino County at the moment. So I won't go into more depth, but I did attend those meetings and did make sure that we have a presence at Coconino County on those two committees. I think one of the highlights for me recently was on Friday, I had the opportunity to tour our Pathways to Community Reentry program and our detention center, and to see the progress that's happening. Our Pathways to Community program is going to be going, our facility is going to be going through some renovations. And so I really wanted to make this tour before they started those renovations, because the last time I did the tour, it was before they'd even started that program. And so I got to see what it looked like since they did those renovations, but I wanted to see that before they do the new renovations of the project. And as well, the detention center, the one tour that I did do 2 years ago was during COVID, so it was in limited capacity. Everybody was masked, and so it was a different environment than it was on Friday. And so I really appreciate the sheriff's office and his team, both patrol, but also detention officers, and all their hard work. And look forward to seeing this Pathways to Community program, reentry program, once it's renovated. It's really exciting, and I really appreciate how they work to make sure that folks that were detained get access to resources. And on a personal note, just on Saturday, I had a gentleman, it was really interesting. A gentleman actually saw me during the tour, and then he recognized me. That is somebody that I had worked with in the past. He recognized me, and the next day he came looking for me at our coffee shop and was like, I saw you at the tour and I need help. I want to get sober. And so I worked with our Health and Human Services team to get him to the guidance center and get some support. Even though Pathways didn't open till Monday, they still helped facilitate that to get him those services. And so that was really important for me, because it was kind of a validation of the work that our teams are doing and how much effort they are putting in to help support our communities. So thank you, everyone that was involved with that on Saturday, and I look forward to continuing to see our services provided to those most vulnerable and most needy in our community. This person in particular came to me saying he wanted to get sober and went and looked for help. And so that was really gratifying to know that we were able to provide those services. Again, as was mentioned before, last week we did get an opportunity to participate in the CSA, or County Supervisors Association meeting. We had a reception that Wednesday night, and that was a great opportunity to speak with our colleagues, but also get to know our different legislators that attended that reception. And then the next day we had our board meeting, followed by the NACOG Legislative Day. So I had the opportunity to participate in a panel discussion with, the legislators did the panel discussion. We just asked the questions, but had the opportunity to participate in that discussion with some of our representatives and advocate for some of our issues, in particular transportation issues on Highway 89 drainage improvements, getting that funding, and then also our wildfire restoration and efforts, and looking for that support. In particular, a bill that would provide funding for DFFM in case of emergencies to counties and municipalities. And so it was important to help support that bill and have that discussion. The previous week, I also had the honor and the opportunity to participate in Senator Mark Kelly's overview of the 118th Congress. That was with, well, there was only one other supervisor there, but mostly mayors from around the state, where he just discussed some of his priorities, including he was talking about almost getting funding for I-10 for and then just this week, he announced that the funding was provided. And so they will be doing an upgrade to I-10 just south of Phoenix, between Phoenix and Tucson, to help with the bottleneck there. So that was exciting. He also spoke a lot about the new chip processing plant and all the different investments that have been made into Arizona because of those two plants that are being built and will be online soon. And then as usual and as always, I use that opportunity to advocate for our Highway 89 drainage improvements and talk a little bit about how the partnership with his office helped us in securing funding for our wildfire mitigate and post-wildfire flooding mitigation efforts. And so it was a good opportunity to just kind of tout some of the efforts that we've had in Coconino County to secure this funding and provide services for our community. I also had the opportunity to attend the Alliance meeting on the 19th, and that was a good opportunity to just meet with some of our stakeholders, including City of Flagstaff, NAU, CCC, FUSD, and Mountain Lion, and get an idea of some of the challenges and opportunities in each one of those important institutions here in our community. Following that meeting, I had the opportunity to sit down, or no, excuse me. I had another meeting in that same space this week for Mountain Lion, it was beginning of last week, but then also had the opportunity to sit down with the CEO of Mountain Lion, Heather Domlin, and just look at different options for bus routes. So one for Plaza Vieja and two for King Street. We're not there to be able to get those routes, but she did discuss some alternative options. And so we will be looking into that more and seeing how we can help provide those services for those two areas. Plaza Vieja are cut off from the new bus transfer station by Milton. So looking for ways to provide easier access to that transfer station, since there isn't the ability to do a two-way route through Plaza Vieja. So they're looking for alternatives that might facilitate use of buses there. And then also just King Street. I truly feel that we need a bus stop closer to King Street. Right now, that isn't an option. And so the idea is to focus on the walkways from the present bus stops and making those easier and more maintained for our community to get access to King Street from those bus stops, in particular on the bus stop on Lockett by CCC. We also have had the NACOG TPEC meeting, just discussing some of the priorities around in rural Arizona in terms of northern Arizona, some of the roads and some of the legislative efforts, which were then later followed up on during the legislative day last Wednesday. I've had the opportunity to meet with our new rural broadband manager, Mary Knight. I had worked with her at FUSD for several years, so it was a nice overlap, and it was great to hear the exciting things that she's doing and how she's managing those efforts. I'm really glad we have her on board because it's a lot of work that they're doing towards broadband. I also had the opportunity to meet with our new presiding judge, Judge Ted Reed, and we had the opportunity to discuss some of his vision of what the court should look like moving forward. And I also had the opportunity to attend the retirement party for Judge Slayton, his predecessor, and thank him for all his work. Let's see. We had a meeting yesterday with the Forest Service and City of Flagstaff to just discuss updates and funding for the Rio de Flag and really get a sense of what the anticipated budget of what the Forest Service will have and what their potential needs could be moving forward and how we could help. So those are ongoing conversations, and we look forward to supporting the Forest Service in those efforts. And then let's see. I had the opportunity to attend 2 different Flagstaff Vision 2045 community meetings hosted by the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association. one at Maya Wynn's Coffee Emporium and the other one at Tres Amigos in sitting restaurant. And so we had the opportunity to listen to the opportunities of how, in particular, housing could be adjusted in Flagstaff. There are 4 different scenarios. The deadline just closed last Friday, but they did have the opportunity to provide input from the community about the different scenarios, whether it is they maintain building, develop housing in Flagstaff status quo, if we change to a more of an urban infill, or change around, oriented around community centers or activity centers, but in the main corridors. Big thing that stood out to me is the fact that if we go status quo, there's a huge percentage of housing that has 1-acre lots and only house 6 people per that acre, whereas some of these other urban infills and whatnot could provide up to a couple hundred, if not 1,000 people in that same acre lot. So we really need to look at what kind of zoning we want and what kind of housing we want to look for our future needs for 2045, because currently status quo isn't working. We're having housing shortage. And so by looking, envisioning what we want in the future, hopefully we can help start alleviating some of those issues. So it was a great, both nights were good events, and appreciate Sunnyside Neighborhood Association facilitating those discussions. I also met with Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance representatives to discuss our sustainable efforts and programs. And I got a preview of some of the commentary that we've recently heard supporting the electrification of our county fleet. It was good to discuss those efforts, and then also just get an idea of what the community is looking for in terms of those areas. Something that was on a more personal note, but very important, and I would like to mention, was I had the opportunity to attend the Celebration of Life for Cleveland Ollie, a local community activist who made a major impact, not just locally, but nationally, and I would even say globally. When your death is mentioned in a New York Times article and in national news TV, I think it qualifies as a big deal. And so I really appreciate Clee and all his efforts for support, including his efforts for the Peaks campaign. I didn't always agree with his tactics or his position, but I respect everything all the work that he did and the legacy that he left. And so I just wanted to acknowledge Clee and thank him for all of his service to his community. And I believe I covered everything in here. Yes, and with that, that will be my report. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments by board members, or any comments from staff at this time? In that case, we will go on recess for lunch, and we'll return at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It looks like we are ready to begin for our afternoon session. Before we continue, I do have a question of our clerk. Do we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez.
But before we do so, but they're not in, oh yeah, they are in the room now. We do have a special happy birthday shout out to Miss Lindsay and Miss Valerie, and so we wanted to sing happy birthday to you. So ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lindsay and Valerie. Happy birthday to you. Woo! All right.
And Cindy and Steven behind the camera.
Yes, but we sang for them. We only didn't sing for you. We saved yours special for the board meeting.
This is a public board meeting. If we sing twice, we're gonna lose everybody that's listening.
Yes. happy
All right,
birthday.
thank you. And then it was brought to my attention that before we went into roundtable, we did not resolve as the Board of Supervisors. So can I please get a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman, a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
So
Or
I was afraid you were gonna say we had to do roundtable all over.
no, we survived roundtable. All right, so now is a presentation and discussion on county accomplishments over the last 2 years from our county manager, Steve Peru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There's some notes on my slides. I tend to speak, all over the place. I get kind of bounded up when I'm scripted, so you're going to see me kind of wander around. But again, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today to talk about accomplishments of the county. My role in the accomplishments are to support everyone else that's doing the good work here. And so one of the things, though, as we were putting this together and talking to Melissa and Stephen, who helped immensely, Sue and others, along with the departments that provided accomplishment information, is that we want to look at this as an annual event where we put on a state of the county address, and of course involve the board in the presentations. And then invite the public. I know municipalities some of the larger ones tend to have state of the city addresses. And we'd like to kind of use this as an example of something we can look forward in the future now, because, just based on everything that happens, there are so many things that are happening each and every day. And so we want to provide the opportunity again to be loud and proud of all the things we're doing. So again, as I said, I believe that the accomplishments here today come from all the departments and the elected offices here. They certainly are the county's accomplishments and less on mine. But one of the things that I wanted to note is the accomplishments that come from the county come from individuals who chose us first. Everyone that has been here, and Sue and I and Andy give new employee orientation welcomes. And one of the things that we talk about first is we thank individuals for choosing us first. Somewhere along the line, there was an interest by an individual on, hey, I wonder what it would be like to work for Coconino County. And so you take individuals like Sheriff Driscoll. He chose Coconino County before we chose him as an employee, and he's been here almost 50 years. And he's beginning his last year in office. And again, it began with the choice he made. And so whether an individual made a choice decades ago or individuals that made a choice last week, we are honored that they made the choice first to join us, and we want to honor that in everything we do. So again, as I said, a lot of things happen that are the credit to the individuals that make up this organization. So again, this slide here, let me talk a little bit about what all these bullets talk about, though, is that if I had to describe in a word what it's felt like to be back at Coconino County, and I'd have to say it's resilient. Our resilience in the last couple of years, and then before that time, has been remarkable. Our communities, constituents, elected officials, and county staff have the desire and have always had the desire to serve. Every emergency, every opportunity has been met with flexibility, efficiency, motivation, and top-notch service. Again, on the slide, you'll see public service. It's what we do. It's a motto that we adopted a few years ago, and it really, really does resemble and describe us very well. And so again, we're very pleased with that. But I also would call your attention to the coincidence, consequence on our own terms. I used these words back when I was the county manager the first time to talk about change at the county. And so, sometimes there are things that happen to us that we have to look at in terms of we were at the right place at the right time. It was a coincidence that it happened. And one of the examples that I want to call out today as a coincidence was ARPA. ARPA was something we did not really expect was going to come. It came to us, it was good, we implemented it, the results will be seen from this point forward. It was a coincidence that it occurred. Yes, as local governments, we all needed assistance at that time. And of course, with the administration in power at this time, through the President Biden as an administration in Congress, that happened to us. And so ARPA is a good example of a coincidence that occurred to us. There's also, of course, change that happens to us as a consequence. And I think we have several in our history to refer to. Probably the most notable in terms of consequence was COVID. COVID was, it's just, who's looking for that to happen? No one is looking for that to happen. It happened. It hit us hard. We lost, we lost family members. It hit us very hard. And so, so looking at COVID as a consequence, but also look at other things, emergency events, state budget crisis. All of these are examples of consequences that happen to us. And while both coincidental and consequential change is a reality, we've gotten pretty good at pivoting between the two. What we do want to do is seek the change that comes on our terms, and that's an important piece of what we're doing. We look at, in that area, we'd be looking ahead. We'd be planning for it. We'd be, of course, establishing goals and results that we seek. The change would happen on our terms. As I mentioned during our board retreat a few weeks ago, it seems to me that we're now starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. It really feels, again, I'm not going to say it too loudly because I don't want to jinx it, but it does feel like some of the things that we've been enduring and trying to get through in the last few years seem to be subsiding, and that we're able to look at things a little more out in the future. There were days in the last couple of years where the next 3 hours were difficult to look at and say what's going to happen. The next 3 days, the next 3 weeks. I'm up to maybe the next 3 years. I think at that time, and so in looking ahead the next 3 years plus, now's the time for us to embark on a strategic planning process. It provides the opportunity for us to invite input from the public on what matters most to them, and then how can we as a county respond to those needs? And so the input from our organization, our employees, our partners, and most importantly, our residents are going to be very important at this time. So again, I feel like we're primed to start looking at a strategic planning process that'll carry us out a few more years. So our family, our dedicated and county family, and I use this analogy and this term quite a bit in my presentations, and I don't, the use of the word family, and I don't use the word family to certainly minimize anything with regard to what we all feel our family is. Our families are sacred to us. Our families are very special to us. And to me, it's the same thing in terms of here at the county. We have a great organization, over 30 departments, depending on the time of year, over 1,200 employees plus. We have a great group of elected and appointed leadership here at the county. And again, when we look at consequential change, coincidental change, and then strategic change, these three trajectories are always at play. And with the dynamic team that we have here at the county, we've always been able to take on some of the most complicated situations. And so again, it's a very complex organization. We see up here, we have over 30 departments. Within our system, we have a judicial system. We have 3 law firms that operate. We have, of course, public health system, social services, parks and recreation, land valuation. We have treasury, finance, IT, HR, facilities, flood control, community development, recording and voter services, elections, schools, education, workforce development, patrol, detention, mechanical services, forest, terrestrial. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And one would think, one would think that how can an organization so complex and go in so many different directions be united as one? And my predecessor in terms of the board and leadership at the county talked about one Coconino County. And that's an important thing to think about, is that how do we keep us all together? What is the thing that unifies us together, that commits us in doing the things we do so well? And that is something that we want to continue to look at and ask ourselves, what is the culture of this organization? What does it feel like? Do our employees feel that they belong? Do our residents feel like they matter? Do our partners feel that that we have an equal partnership, et cetera? So again, we have a lot of things here at the county that make us very unique. When I started over the weekend, started to try to count the number of programs and services, I gave up. I said, okay, between 100 and 250 programs and services, and that's just kind of an estimate, a ballpark. Again, it's all the things that we do as a county that make us very unique. And one of the things I do want to call out, and this was a discussion we had a few months ago, I think, with County Attorney Bill Ring. We talked about, an average county anywhere in the United States of 170,000 people. And if there was not a big influx of visitors, you would have a fairly predictable daily life of a local government. That's not us at Coconino County. When you look at our residents and you multiply that tenfold on any given day, given our residential population, but also our visitation, the fact that we're on I-17 and I-40, it really does create a very different dynamic. And I think that's an important consideration when we look at the growth of the county and the fact that, yes, we do work primarily for our residents, but we also have a lot of individuals that come and see us. And so I think there are some opportunities in future to maximize what that means to us, but also to size the organization appropriately, taking into consideration all the other things we do. Yes, we are the second largest county in the United States. The largest is San Bernardino. Larger than the country of Switzerland, larger than several states in the Northeast. It's a vast and endless county, home to many cultures. And so again, very important. In 2022, we surveyed our team, our employees, and what they stated to us is what's important to them is a sense of belonging, job security, work-life balance, career development, leadership development, and of course, the compensation to attract individuals and to help individuals to remain with us. And that's an important piece to what we do. Challenges, despite challenges, we've accomplished a lot. As I indicated, the challenges, when I arrived back in 2021, we were in the midst of COVID. It was traumatic for all of us. We lost family members. We lost employees, team members here at the county. It was an impactful part. It was a very impactful part of our life. And so if anything, that's, an event that while we certainly don't ever want to go through that again, we know that we can do that together as an organization. One of the things that occurred to us back when I was the manager the first time is we had the Great Recession of 2007, 8, and 9. And one of the things that we did do, and we did it again under COVID, and we continue to do it every day, is we come together when we need to. Back in 2007, our commitment at that time was that we would lose no employees. We would not lay anyone off. And because of everyone coming together, we didn't. And that was an important milestone, and to me showed the fact that we can be resilient when we come together, and that's in fact what we did. COVID was traumatic. We had a lot of loss and grief from that, and we continue to feel it. We also have had fires and floods, and our response to our residents has been great. We've done a lot of great things, but we also will remember and always remember that this is emotional and this is traumatic to our employees, as well as our residents. We also have parts of our county whose residents have gone through traumatic events over and over again. And so I wanted to keep in mind that, our challenges are great, but yet we continue to overcome them as best we can. For us, there's also another challenge that we face every day here in Coconino County for our team and residents as well is the cost of living, particularly housing costs and housing attainment. And that continues to be a big drain and a big stressor for our employees. To address these topics, we've been prioritizing work-life balance by encouraging remote work days and taking personal days to recharge when needed. This is something we've learned during the pandemic, and it served us well. Over the last couple of years, we've added additional benefits when our community was challenged, such as COVID supports, evacuation leave, and others. And some of the leave programs that we did adopt did receive recognition and NACO awards for, so we're really important. So it's been really important. As I said, compensation continues to be a concern here. We do everything we can to provide compensation, but also other benefits as well in the area of health and wellness programs, as well as providing a sense of job security and belonging here at the county. To continue this commitment, we have been determining what are some of the possible approaches when we look at other challenges, workforce housing. And we're having conversations with other public agencies as well as the public sector on what are some of the examples that we can use here at the county to look at workforce housing. While continuing to support and build our team of professionals to guide us into the future, we have completed projects that were not only vital, but also pretty colossal undertakings. You know, redistricting, we passed the jail district extension tax. We've continued to lobby for federal funding for floods and fires, et cetera. And so while we're at a pivotal moment, we are at a pivotal moment, where challenges and consequences have been great, but we feel that we're kind of getting to that light at the end of the tunnel. You know, we will continue to be strategic and forward-looking, and hopefully we've reached a new normal where we can kind of start to look a few years down the road. Time to be loud and proud. This is just a small part of all the things that have been accomplished in the last couple of years, and you can probably add many others. But again, you name it, we've tried to accomplish it in spite of some of the challenges that we've faced. You know, I'm confident to state that we have many more challenges, or excuse me, accomplishments to provide than we have time to do so today. You know, we've just begun to scratch the surface on all the things we did. You name it. Today, during the roundtable, you all reported out on all the things that you've been doing within your districts. And so again, there's just so many things here that again go back to the leadership appointed and elected, all of our team here at the county that have done so much to provide all of these accomplishments. So I'll pause for a moment and see if there's any comments or questions based on accomplishments, things that you may not see up here that you wanted to be loud and proud about and shout out about.
A quick question.
Sure.
The EPA grant for the remediation and demo of the old jail, can we get an update on that?
Sure.
Thank you.
We will do that. Yep, that's being managed out of facilities. And so, yeah, we can do that. What are some of the things that you have seen that you're so proud about?
Thank you, County Manager. Thank you, Steve. I just want to say how proud I am of you and the staff for continuing to work throughout COVID. We all did. It was very painful time. Very, just now come back to me. It's very difficult time. And those difficulties that we went through, our families went through, neighbors, our residents went through, are still, that trauma is still there today. And so, you know, it's not something that happened that is like shut the door and we're moving on. It still lingers as our behavioral and mental health issues that we see today. And and I just want to recognize how you and the team came together to really recognize that and create a new division within the health department, which continues to open new programs and opportunities to help individuals. I just want to just recognize that. I mean, that is, I think that something that has had an impact throughout all of our departments, even our courts picked it up, our sheriff with the jail detention and the new programs that are there. Just recognizing and really knowing what our residents are going through. And I just want to really commend you on that and just your leadership and spearheading that and bringing the board along. And we just all listening to each other through through that whole process. So I just want to just recognize you and the rest of your staff for that.
Thank you.
There's so many more I could bring up, but I think that one has a great impact. I just want to thank you and all of the departments.
You know, one of the other things that was occurring during COVID is our revenue was in free fall. We did not know where the bottom was going to go. And I want to credit our management and board members for taking the steps it did at that time to freeze spending, to stop everything, because we did not know how deep this was going to go. Some indications where it was going to be, the Great Recession was going to pale in comparison to what we could have experienced in terms of revenue. And so credit to our previous board members and management that took the steps to just we don't know where the bottom is going to fall. And thank goodness the fall was not as severe and prolonged as it was in terms of the Great Recession. But again, thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Horstman.
Well, and there's probably a million, you're right. But how about the new Division 7? You know, that was big. And also redistricting. One of my biggest nightmares is not even on here. Wait a minute. And, also I think we just really need a shout out, kind of looking along the lines of what Supervisor Fowler said. The incredible partnerships that we developed with our social service organizations to be able to provide for the services necessary to meet not only the COVID crisis, but during our two major wildfires, 3 actually, and the post-wildfire flooding. So these would be something that I think we definitely want a big shout out to them as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Yeah, I would say you need a big shout out for your onboarding. I think coming on to this, your team, when I went through the internship and I even got to see you brief us, it was super impressive to see the county manager come on there and tell us what we're coming into. I think to me, that was a big impact. And I really applauded that. It was amazing. It felt great. And it was very warming to feel that you would take time out of your busy schedule to welcome new employees and personally thank us for coming. So that definitely gave that family atmosphere. And I would say number one with a bullet should be family in this. And you've said it in this, but I think that's huge. And like you said, that compensation doesn't compare to wanting to be here. And I think that is the biggest thing that I have going. I do want to say, I have a little bit of gripe here. The vacancy for District 3 should be in bigger text.
How about filling the vacancy has been good.
Yes, filling it. That need a bigger spot for me to get in there. And then the other thing is, too late. I'm here. And then the organizational rhythm is stable. I've been here a week.
I know.
The organizational rhythm is stable. And again, that goes into that family. Having a rhythm that you can count on, and it's, like you said, we're looking 3 years out now, and probably further here soon. I think that, for me, really, I'm a planner and a thinker just like you, and that is very hard to achieve and very impressive. So thank you. Keep that up.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Steve, for the presentation that you're doing. It brings back to mind a lot of things that, you know, the board has really been there, you know, to really working with the staff and, you know, other departments and other organizations to make these things happen, like for dollars that we advocate for. And, you know, the staff already know what to do with it and they run with it. The ARPA dollars that were there. You know, there's other grants that they had applied for. You know, we went with the flow and, you know, and I think we all listened to one another, you know, as to what our needs are out there and, you know, with the communities that we serve. And we're all the same, you know, we're all within Coconino County. And I just want to say that, you know, that was something that I felt, you know, that is, and then bringing back the evaluations for staff, that's very important because that does justify the salary and things like that. So I think in any organization, there should be that tool there and, you know, to ensure that, you know, staff are not cheated out on their salary or whatever. So, and the performance where they need improvements and stuff. And that's very important to an organization. So there's a lot of things that we could mention here, yes, you know, but I think, you know, I'm just thankful for the Andy and Sue and yourself and all the departments, you know, they really work well together. They don't say, you know, that's not my area, you know, they'll say, "So what can I do to help you?" Even our district directors are like that, you know, when one's not there, then they cover for one another. So that's, you know, that's a lot of teamwork and, you know, a lot of trust and, you know, a lot of togetherness. And so as far as and I think that's why, you know, we're excelling, you know, all these accomplishments that are happening is because of those reasons. And so we're all, you know, in there and the board has a lot to do with it too, because I mean, there's a lot of times that we have to travel, we have to do this and that, but still yet, you know, we have long hours of board meetings, big packets to look at, and on our weekends are shot on some weekends, you know, but still yet, you know, somewhere along the way, you know, we're all listening. I think that's a very important is listening and understanding, and then also pursuing, and then also making sure that, you know, we get things done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's looking at that list is a reminder of just how much we've done in the last 3 years. I would say 3 years or 2.5 years since you came on as manager. And then I was looking, I was like, well, I don't see the mental health focus, pathways of community. It's on the next
There it
slide.
is.
Yeah, so you know, I thought those are some things that should be highlighted. The other one that's mentioned in there, but I don't know if it's easy to see is the compensation package for our
Mhm.
staff over the last couple of years, how we've made efforts to make sure that we compensate our staff properly. And then the other one that I think is a big success that was kind of overlooked because the change in priorities was from the museum floods to then the post wildfire floods from tunnel and pipeline, were the sirens that we put in the Sunnyside neighborhood and along the Grandview corridor. And first we put them in, and then we put them in and added Navajo language to those sirens. Fortunately, we haven't needed to use them, but it's a great comfort to know that we have them should we need them. So I just wanted to highlight those because I think those are some accomplishments that should also be included in there. But overall, congratulations. Great job, team. This was a complete county effort, and it's impressive. You know, it's impressive to see all the different things that we've accomplished over these last couple of years. So thank
bet.
you to you and your team and for your leadership and leading forward.
Again, certainly the accomplishments of the organization. We've called out a few here, the board's role in working with the President Biden's administration for the Grand Canyon National Monument designation, ARPA programming. Again, every county did it differently. And for our county, we invested in criminal justice. We've invested in youth behavioral health, mental health, COVID supports. Pathways to Community are great programs that are doing all the things that need to be doing. Coordinating and working with our criminal justice partners through the Coordinating Council we've come a long ways in that area, and that's been in existence, you know, for 15 plus years. And so it really is hitting its rhythm again. Again, there's just so many more. You can look at, we're going to be going to a dedication for JoJo's Place in a couple of weeks through Housing Solutions and the county's investments there. Hope Receiving Center, Juvenile Court, very different and unique and innovative way of looking at juvenile justice in that area. Of course, the wildfire mitigation, the flood control district, there was 90-some million that was pulled down from congressional sources. IT helped us migrate from a different platform that is actually more efficient and fits us better. Juvenile court, the dog therapy, they have really cool dogs at the dog therapy program. There are days when I think I want to go over there and pet a dog myself. Compensation, COVID supports, short-term rentals, dark sky, you name it. Donny Park area plans have been in progress. Cold case unit, missing and murdered Indigenous persons, Fort Tuthill. The amphitheater had a great season this year, along with Overland Expo, adult probation, military, the MIS grants. It just goes on and on and on. And I think that, we've reduced our turnover in a great way. We're going in the right direction now. Our Workforce Council reported on an award this morning that they received. ACO, we received awards from ACO and NACO. Tuba City office was renamed in honor of our friend and colleague, Alta. She'll always be remembered in many ways, the election office there. The recorder has the services within Reach Trailer for mobile registration. All the work we're doing legislatively, Thunder and Lightning do amazing things in government affairs. They are just amazing. Think of, here's today, here's Thunder or Lightning, depending on what mood he's in. He just walked in. HHS created the Recovery and Resiliency Division. These guys are just amazing. But at the same time, while all of these are happening, I think, to me, we've hit this inflection point, and the inflection point is a time of change, a turning point. And again, what are other accomplishments? What other accomplishments come to mind? We've just talked about those. Given what we've accomplished, are we on the right track? And with the current opportunity to plan ahead, are we laying the groundwork for this important work to continue? So again, I do think that it's a very important part of where we're at today, to look at, what does this look like? And when we look back, all the things we've done, are we on the right track? And when we look to the future, what are those things that, we look at? So the slide up here talks about the inflection point. Every growth business encounters strategic inflection points at various points. Inflection points vary based on internal and external factors. And then the last one, the goal of any inflection point is to sustain forward momentum. And again, that's the important part, is that how do we continue to lean forward, lean in, and continue to, in spite of our challenges, our challenges are not gone forever. This organization and this community will continue to face challenges. But again, are we positioned to do something about it? Is the organization positioned to do something about it? As an organization and as a workforce, are we more resilient today than we were in the past? And again, that's an important discussion to have for us as an organization, because when we start the discussion on a strategic plan, those are very important questions for us to ask. What direction are we headed in, and what matters most to our employees, but more importantly, what matters most to our residents? So again, I've kind of put some years together. Of course, the next 3 to 4 years going on, our focus is going to be on organizational resiliency. We have had very good discussions and good work that was done during organizational renewal, and that has kind of been laid the groundwork. Now we're looking at organizational resilience. We look at our employees in terms of what is that work-life balance, and we'll be introducing more discussions in that area to, again, provide the opportunity for our employees to be a little more, are we all where we want to be, and how do we support each other? We want to continue to celebrate and recognize our success and continue to be innovative and creative. Again, this is really important work that we want to get done. Again, work in progress. These are just a few things. There's a lot more, and we did commit to providing each of you with a list of all of the items we're tracking by department and elected office as well. And again, there are many different things that we can look at. We talked about a little bit today in terms of broadband. We're talking about succession planning, forced restoration, our strategic plan, our facility master plan. We may be looking at introducing a county tourism initiative in the future, overhauling our website, strategic communications. We're excited about expanding our work on tribal nations with our tribal affairs position and the service center in Tuba City. ARPA funding transition, because that funding is going to be lapsing. And so then how do we sustain and how do we transition to funding going forward? Workforce housing, affordable housing, we're recruiting for a legal defender. Credit and our appreciation to Erica Arlington. She'll be retiring in May. Looking at revamping our county annual report, so it maybe is a little more graphical, maybe less text heavy. Comprehensive plan, and then again talking about a state of the county address that we can be doing this time next year that would have everyone participating instead of just me doing the talking. In closing, first of all, I would like to appreciate the board and thank the board for inviting me to come back again, to do it again. It's not very often that an individual has the opportunity and the honor to come back and do the same job they did 10 years ago. 10 years later, it shows I didn't mess things up too badly. Although I did not solve downtown parking, we're still working on downtown parking. We're on our way. But again, there's a lot to be thankful for. As I said, it seems to me that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not saying this is just a slam dunk, but it seems that there's some glimmer of hope that we can look down the road, for the next couple, 2 to 3 years. Our accomplishments are the result of everyone here besides myself. It is our elected leadership. We have the best set of elected officials in the state, I would say easily. The board, you are an active board, 3 actives. And that's important because that sets the bar for us at the staff level. And we continue to work our tails off every day. We also have, I think, the best set of county employees that we can have that believe in public service and they want to certainly provide excellent service. And there's much more to do, and it's exciting since public service, it's what we do is what we do. And we're thankful to be able to do that. So again, I can't say it enough. These are the accomplishments of the organization, not myself, not my team, although I have a great team of deputy managers and we have program directors here. But we have a really good organization. We have some work to do. We have a lot of work to do, but it feels good to look forward, knowing that we have a lot of work to do, knowing all the things we have accomplished so far. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I turn it back to you for comments.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time? Vice Chair Begay.
Okay, one thing I wanted to say was that I know that we're all on different boards, and over there we really advocate and we talk about what we would like to see, and they're very open to those discussions. So I just want to say that we're included in the county is included in all the committees that we're in and on. So I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be on these boards. I want to thank my colleagues because that's where we divide each different board membership for within our community. So and I think that's one of the areas that we're really involved with that makes a big difference too.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
It's great to reflect after a year or 2 years, but I do like the idea of doing it after a year. And it's interesting. In my newsletter, I just did the top 10 accomplishments for this last year. And I think it's important to reflect and look back. I think there's a whole lot more we could add. I was just thinking, how about that $100 million we got from the federal government and completing the flood mitigation work within a year. I mean, that's just unbelievable. So, I mean, we can kind of go on, but I think it's important to look back, see where we've come. Sometimes it seems a little overwhelming. But when you see what, 5 members of the board and quite frankly, a very, very committed staff and employees here in Coconino County have been able to bring for our residents. And I think that's the most important thing is we are here for the residents of Coconino County and to serve the needs of our residents. And I have to say to you, your staff, all of the employees here of Coconino County and my colleagues, job well done, lot more to do. So let's keep moving forward. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to add, last week when I was at CSA, I had a conversation with a supervisor in another part of the state, and he was asking us about our budget process and our meetings and how often we meet. And I was like, well, we meet between 12 and 15 hours a month, maybe, if you count all the board meetings. You're like, we meet for 2 hours twice a month. But with that, us being so active also means that we get the opportunity to discuss as a board our budget topics. He was sharing with me that in their county, they don't get the opportunity to have those budget work sessions and don't actually look at the budget as a group until the time they're voting on it. And so, he was asking me questions about how we do it, and he was just really commending us as a county for being so transparent and so active and involved with the development of our budget. And so I just wanted to put that shout out to you and your team and everybody at the table. Just thank you for all your hard work, because it is noticed statewide, and we are one of the most active boards in the state. All right, thank you. Our next item is, it says at 3:15, discussion and update, possible direction regarding local, state, and federal legislative administrative issues. Are we ready for that, or do we need to wait? Oh,
No, we've got to wait till 3:15 for I know we're going to have members of the KIBAB Forest Service with us at 3:15 in person, but we probably could maybe do some of the others.
Could do the boards and committees, maybe. Gregory or Keith want to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. We do need a bit of a break. We have guests coming, and we're working on their schedule, so I do apologize for the time in between. Can we do boards and commissions now? Yeah, I believe we can. Let me give us. Let me see if I can. Let's do a quick 10-minute break, and we'll be back.
sounds good. We'll adjourn for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 2:10.
And we'll do boards and
All right,
commissions.
thank you. So you have enough for an hour to entertain us?
I probably have about a few minutes, based on your direction. So, welcome. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Chair Vas.
We are back on, so we are live, so please could proceed.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Pleasure to be here today. Welcome Supervisor Hess. We did put on the agenda for today during our federal, state, and local update direction as it relates to boards and commissions again. I wanted to bring this forward because in meeting with Supervisor Hess, we did hear that you're interested in possibly serving on one or maybe more of these. I'm aware of that you've been looking at these, and so wanted to just turn it over to you in case you wanted to have a conversation with your colleagues as it relates to these, and certainly can advise on anything that we may need.
Not at this time. I'll talk to him one-on-one. We've got me and the chair, we've been talking about it, so.
Okay, great. Well then, with that, I don't think we really have much more here on the boards and commissions. And so we are having a time certain with for Supervisor Branton at 3:15, and then our federal and state advocates coming in at 3:30. So that concludes my portion.
Man, if we would have known that, we would have waited till 3. All right, in that case, is there anything else? Can we massage through this, or are we just going on break till 3:15? Okay, break till 3:15. Thank you, everyone. We are now on the discussion and update and possible direction regarding local, state, and federal legislative or administrative matters, including fiscal year 2025 congressionally directed spending requests, boards and commissions, and updates regarding Kaibab National Forest on the National Monument designation and Plain Mine, with possible comments from the Forest Service Supervisor. So I'll pass it over to Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Pleasure to be here. Gregory Nelson, Government Affairs with Coconino County. I would like to invite our Forest Service partners up. We have Nicole Branton, the Forest Supervisor with Kaibab National Forest, as well as Marcus Roybal with Public Services of the Kaibab National Forest. And they're here to give a brief update on the Pinyon Plain Mine as it relates to activities associated with it. So thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate your partnership and
Thank you for having me, I think, 2 meetings in a row here to present to you all. And we're passing out just a couple pieces of information, a map, and then a few links to some of the monitoring information that's available online. So thank you for inviting us. We wanted to come just give you an update and be available to answer some questions that you all have, because I know that you're hearing from a lot of people about the increased activity at the Pinyon Plain Mine. So I'm Nicole Branton. I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Kaibab National Forest. I also brought with me Marcos Roybal. He is our brand new Public Services Staff Officer. And what that means is that he oversees the recreation, lands, and minerals programs for the Forest Service. And he was formerly our environmental coordinator for the forest. So he's been with the Kaibab a long time and has some history with this project. So just to kind of kick off and set the frame for this, you're probably familiar with Pinyon Plain Mine. It was formerly called the Canyon Mine. And this is a mine that was analyzed by the Forest Service way back in the 1980s. It is a uranium mine, and although it's existed in the 1980s and the environmental review was completed then and then updated in 2012, it had not historically removed any uranium from the ground. And in the last several weeks, activity has increased there, and there is now material being removed from below ground for the first time in that 40-year history that contains mineralized uranium. So this is a little bit different than a lot of times when we would come present to you, because there isn't a Forest Service decision. This is a decision that was made quite a while back. It's been reviewed, it's gone through litigation, but there's not a decision in front of us that, like we would typically come present to you, that we're completing an environmental analysis under the National Environmental Policy Act. And the Forest Service's role in this is essentially ensuring that the proponent, Energy Fuels Resources, who operates that mine, is in compliance with the environmental impact statement and the plan of operations, which is their plan that is approved by the Forest Service regarding how the mine actually operates. So the 2 things that I shared with you today, just to kind of start off this conversation, because I know these are questions that you all are getting as elected officials. I'll start with the backside. The backside shows some of the environmental monitoring that is available to the public. The Forest Service has one piece of monitoring how the mine operates, but there are several other agencies that do as well. So the U.S. Geological Society, the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, and others. So we have links there, and we have those available, or will shortly, on the Kaibab website. We're pulling together a lot of those resources because the questions that we're getting, similar to you, I'm sure, are questions from the public about, how do we understand the impacts of what's going on at the mine. On the other side, you'll see a map. That map shows the 2
routes for hauling ore from the mine to a processing facility of Energy Fuels Resources. Those are two different routes that are approved in the environmental impact statement. And from our conversations with the company, either of those two still are possible. So I know that is a question that you all are probably getting, because one of those routes I know touches every district, I think, of Coconino County. And of course, that's an issue that a lot of folks have a lot of interest in. So that's to sort of set the frame on this conversation. I'm going to ask Marcos to step up and give you just a little bit of history, better than I did. And then we can take turns answering questions, and we'll just toggle through this microphone if that works for you all. All right, great, thanks.
Well, thank you, Nicole, and good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. So I'm thinking where I'll start is with the thumbnail sketch of the status of the mine as we understand it, and talking to Energy Fuels Resources. And then I'll go into a little bit of the history, and it'll be really quick. Want to spend most of the time today answering any questions that may be out there. So we've been in close communication with Energy Fuels Resources for over a year, talking to them pretty much every 2 weeks to get updates from them on their operations at Pinyon Plain Mine. And they informed us on January 8th of this year that they had brought uranium ore to the surface. This is the first time in the mine's history that has occurred. So that's in keeping with our request that they keep us up to date on any major changes like that. And prior to that, we kind of saw this coming. They're required to file a couple different notices with the Environmental Protection Agency based on some permitting that EPA has provided the mining company. And those basically indicated both in November and then in December that the mining company was planning to encounter the uranium ore within a certain period of time. And then the second notice was indicating that they had actually encountered the uranium ore. And that's based on some air quality permitting that the EPA provides. Obviously, as Nicole mentioned, a part of the operation is the mining company is planning to, once they've removed the ore, haul it off site to their mill facility near Blanding, Utah. They haven't started doing that yet. They haven't given us a specific time frame for when that may happen, but it sounds like they're working toward getting the appropriate contracts in place to initiate hauling sometime soon. So as soon as we have more information on that, we'll be sure to share it. In addition to meeting with the mining company regularly, we're visiting the mine site. One of our main roles as the Forest Service, as essentially the landlord of this mine, is to make sure that their operations are complying with the environmental analysis and the associated approval from the 1980s and the subsequent review that was completed, and make sure they're adhering to their plan of operations that they filed with the Forest Service. So we're visiting the mine site at least every month. It's likely we'll be going up there more frequently than that once operations begin in earnest. Again, that's to make sure that everything appears to be in compliance with our portion of that authorization. We've also been meeting regularly with the tribes. Currently, the pattern has been we've had a bi-monthly meeting, so every 2 months. We have an informational presentation and question and answer session focused on providing the latest updates to the tribes and answering questions that may come up. So we met most recently with a number of the tribes a couple weeks ago, and we're preparing for our next meeting, I believe in early March, but that time frame is fairly flexible. Have the meetings more frequently if we hear that that's desirable. And then there's a number of different types of monitoring that are done. I kind of mentioned the monitoring that we do, but there's environmental monitoring that's done looking at baseline radiation in the area around the mine, so we can understand if the mining activities have an effect and change the radiation levels in and around the mine. U.S. Geological Survey, who Nicole has mentioned, is doing soil and water monitoring around the mine, as well as looking at radioactivity and concentrations of other constituents of concern, other elements of concern in some of the plants and insects, that sort of thing around the mine. So there's quite a bit of monitoring that's been happening, that's going to continue, and through the life of the mine, and then once the mine closes, through the reclamation and closure phase. A lot of folks I know have questions about this monitoring, so something that we're doing is gathering up all the types of monitoring that's required by the authorization, and also looking at other authorizations that other agencies have provided, and seeing what kind of monitoring is tied to that. So we're trying to consolidate that all in one place, so we have the information readily available for ourselves, and we can send folks to those areas to get that information. So a little bit of a work in progress, but we're updating our website almost every day with new information on this. Let's see. So something that's come up quite a bit is the mine in the context of the recent monument designation from August of last year. And I think there's been a fair amount of surprise in some areas that the mine was even allowed to move forward, because one of the first things that the proclamation does is it withdraws the area of the monument from future mineral entry. However, there are a couple exceptions to that, and this mine is one of those, because it was a valid existing right that was in place at the time of the monument designation. So the proclamation's clear that this mineral withdrawal is put in place, except in the cases of valid existing rights. So there's Pinyon Plain Mine is one, and then there's another one, I believe, on BLM land on the northwestern portion of the monument. So the determination of the validity of this right was affirmed in 2012. That was a part of the review that the Forest Service did of the environmental analysis from the 1980s. So that mineral validity was confirmed then, and that's carried forward, and that's why this mine is allowed to move forward, even though the proclamation is put in place and has that clear mineral withdrawal. And then as Nicole mentioned, this is a little bit of a different type of project for us. Typically we'll come and talk about projects that are in the planning phase. As Nicole mentioned, that finished in the 1980s. And so, that environmental review, the public involvement that goes along with that, happened at that time. And so we're more in the information sharing phase of the process right now. And there have been other reviews and other public engagement opportunities. I know when the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality was evaluating the aquifer protection permit for the mining company, there was a public review and another environmental assessment process tied to that. So there have been other points at which there's been public engagement and sort of an environmental assessment connected to this mine. But right now, as we've mentioned, it's sort of more of a, we get information from the mining company, and then we share that as efficiently and widely as possible. I think those were the main things I wanted to hit on. Anything else you would add, Nicole? Otherwise, we'd be happy to take questions.
Do we have any questions at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, unless you want to, are you done with the presentation, or I can wait to, okay, good. I have a few questions. And thank you both very much for being here. And we know that, as you have rightly noted, these are things that are of concern to our residents, and we are hearing. So a couple of things that would be helpful is, I know this is something that was in place from the 1980s, the environmental impact statement, the plan of operation, and the 2 haul sites were approved in accordance with that environmental impact statement. My question is, do they need to present to you a travel plan, a timeline, if you will, of their intent to haul, how many trucks per day they're looking to haul, and in terms of, do they need to provide you notice of which of these 2 hauling routes they're going to utilize, or can they utilize both? And then the question is, do they need to notify, for example, some of these hauling routes go through tribal lands? Do they need to notify the tribal lands they go through? One of them is part of private Babbitt ranches. Do they need to be notified as part of this? And last but not least, there was a monument designation. And how does that monument designation affect the Pinyon Mine operation?
Yeah. Why don't I start with the monument piece? And we'll try to get through that list. If we miss any of those, though, remind us, you've got them listed in front of you. Okay. So, right, has been a big surprise to a lot of people who saw the monument designation last August and thought that was the end of seeing any uranium from outside of that area, right? So the monument specifically says that it's subject to valid existing rights. So this is one of those mines that has valid existing rights. So we don't have additional discretion over it based on the monument, but there is an irony there, right, that I recognize the public is experiencing of having heard about the monument designation and mineral withdrawal that went with it, and then just a few months later seeing an increase in activity here at this particular mine. So that's I think, response to the monument question, unless there's anything more to that one. Okay. All right, then I'm going to pass it to Marcos to answer the questions that you had about the specifics with hauling. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's sort of an unsatisfying answer, but the requirements that the mining company is held to in terms of notifying us when they're going to start hauling, what their timeline is, are, they're pretty much non-existent. My understanding is they don't have a legal requirement to notify us of a particular milestone like that. And so that's why we're meeting with them every couple weeks, at least, to ask very pointed questions about, what's going on with your plans to bring ore to the surface, what's going on with your plans to haul. So that's our way around that kind of lack of a legal protection, to make sure that those notifications take place. And my understanding is that's a similar case for hauling through lands of other jurisdiction. Once the mining trucks leave the mine and forest lands, it's all on state highways and state or national highways. And so they're like any other truck with an asterisk that's hauling material. That asterisk being there's certain federal requirements for hauling radioactive material on national and state highways. And those requirements are sort of based on the concentration or the radioactivity of that material. So that's something that we're seeking to understand from the mining company is what federal standards will those trucks be held to. So don't have an answer to that now, but that's something that we're working on right as we speak to better understand. And then as far as the portion of the route that goes across Babbitt lands, thanks. Yeah, the mining company does need rights of way from the Babbitts and also the state. I think there's some state land that would be crossed in that area too. And they've let us know that they're working on obtaining those rights of way. But again, that's something between them and those other entities. So we ask them every time we meet if they've made any progress on that. And it sounds like up to this point, discussions have been initiated, but there's no particular timeline within which they would be using that route. I think that was everything, but if there was anything that we didn't hit on, please let us know.
So just for clarification, and just from what I'm hearing you say, it's all in place basically with regards to the tribes or the city of Flagstaff if it comes down through the city, or other agencies, with the exception of possibly state land, the Babbitt ranches, which they would need to get work out authority to do that. And they don't need to let you know a time deadline for hauling or traveling. And so you're trying to monitor them by, just talking with them in hopes that you'll know what's going on.
Correct. Yeah. And they're very, very helpful in the information that they provide us. So I'm pretty confident that they'll be
Good. That would be very helpful to let us know when you do, and I'm sure you will. And any numbers on numbers of trucks or anything they're looking to haul? I don't know if any information's come to your attention that way.
Yeah, I think that number might actually be in the environmental document, and I want to say it's somewhere within the 10 to 15 trucks a day range, but I can confirm that number.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of with the trucks, do you know how they're gonna be covered, or is there, did, what kind of trucks will it be? People are concerned that it's just gonna be covered with a tarp or something. I guess we're still trying to figure out what the federal standards they are, and I guess that depends on that truck, what kind of truck they're gonna get. But I just wondered if you knew that. Yeah, also, if there are, how are, once the the mining has started, and what time, do we have a time frame when they're actually gonna be running these trucks? I think you tried to answer that earlier, but I wanted to just ask that again. And, and then how is it that the agencies, the federal agencies, the other agencies that are involved, what kind of resource do you have to be able to address all of the issues? Maybe there aren't that many issues. Seems like it's a lot of issues that come with this mining. I'll ask those two for now.
Yeah, I can start, and Nicole, feel free to jump in. Yeah, so the environmental document does talk a little bit about the specifications for the truck, and they are covered in a tarp, but there are requirements for basically how the tarp is affixed to the truck. So it's not, just kind of flapping on the top, as you can kind of picture that. The sides of the tarp go down over the sides of the truck. So the intent being that there's no wind passing over the ore, and therefore no dust coming off of it. And then as far as the timing of the trucks, again, I think it's, somewhere between 10 and 15 trucks per day. And the mine currently, and my understanding is this will continue, is only operating during the daytime. So the trucks presumably would be traveling during the daytime, plus whatever travel time, if it leaves the mine at the end of the day, whatever travel time it takes to get to the facility at Blanding.
Does it, is there a requirement if there's an accident and is there like an emergency, response plan put together? Is that required? Since they're on the state route and federal routes, and then if it goes through Babbitt, it's a permitting. If there's an accident, is there a plan that they're required to have for emergency?
Yeah, there are general requirements that are outlined in the environmental document. And this is actually something else that we're working on, is reaching out to ADOT and other entities who may have a role in responding to that sort of incident, to get a better answer to that question. And we've also asked the mining company what protocols they would have. And it sounds like they do have some they're currently under development. So we've asked them to share that with us as soon as they have those available.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, so we have our own, meeting with the tribes, and Navajo Nation is the main one that's going to be en route. And we have Coconino County, and we have the towns that have emergency responders. I would think that they would, if they have a plan or developing a plan, I would think they would have them involved in that development. Do you know if that's happening?
I don't. Nicole, have you heard anything along those lines?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that exact question. It's certainly something that the next time we meet with the company, we could ask that question. Since we don't have a permitting piece of the transportation aspect when it leaves National Forest System lands. I don't know the answer to that, but we recognize that this can start to feel like a little bit of an alphabet soup, right? With all of the different agencies having different pieces of the permitting and monitoring puzzle. So we're happy to be in a role of helping facilitate any of those conversations we can. We're connecting the different agencies. And in fact, we're, as Marco said, convening the conversation of all of those different government agencies together. And so any way we can facilitate making those connections for either the supervisors or any of the groups that you work with as well, we're happy to do that. But we have had some of those agencies and the company join some of the informational meetings where we share information with tribes, for example. And they've been pretty forthcoming with providing their information and sometimes not having the answer at hand, but responding with information later. So that's, part of our future plans, even though we don't have a lot of decision-making authority or administration piece, we're trying to make information as available to people as we can.
Just one more question. I have a lot of questions, but I think this one. What about the cleanup? Once the operation it's all closed, then what is the requirement, the cleanup?
Yeah, I can't speak to the exact specifics, but there are a number of requirements that are spelled out in the Forest Service's environmental review and approval documents. And then that's a big part of the aquifer protection permit that Department of Environmental Quality issued. Connected to that, there's something that's called the Clean Closure Plan that talks about all of the, essentially all the things the mining company has to do to close down the site, seal up the shaft, monitor groundwater for some period of time after the operation of the mine. So that's spelled out in pretty significant detail as well in that location. So that's something else that we'll be putting on our website.
So I just have to ask, so you just said sometime after. So I worked on the Tuba City Red Meadows tailing back in the late 70s to early 80s, and we're able to bury the uranium tailing. Well, today, at the time, it was like the most secure and it's never gonna seep out. Well, we're at the point where it's starting to happen. So how is that, they keep saying that mining is safe now, and the cleanup is like almost a guarantee that it won't get into the water, won't get into the, into the environment with the plants. In Tuba, we had to, all the sheep were hauled away, livestock were hauled away, ground was shaved off for a mile, and all the housing in the area was completely demolished. People's lives were just, and then today we sit with, a cancer rate and the first cancer clinic in northern Arizona, and because of this uranium issue, and that one was just a tailing, but there's over 500 mines, and I'm just wondering how this is different than the mines that are there, and how the cleanup is different, and how do we know that it's not going to go, we have to monitor for 50 years and just, so I know you don't have all the answers, but I just have to just say what the concerns are and what I have seen and how when I was volunteering to work on this, what I've seen firsthand and what we experience today.
I hear that and I appreciate that. So, I can't speak to the comparison between those mines and this one. But something that we can, work on looking at. And I think, this mine, has the environmental review that's tied to its authorization, looked closely at groundwater effects and the likelihood that those radioactivity concerns would spread off the site, and then instituted these reclamation measures to ensure that those materials of concern, that radioactive material, is removed. That said, we don't have all the answers, and so this is where the monitoring is going to be essential to understanding how radioactivity, for example, changes over time as the mine is under operation. And I know that one thing that's required in that aquifer permit is the requirement that groundwater is monitored for, I believe it's 30 years after the closure of the mine. So there are protections like that are put in place. But I absolutely hear your concern, and, we take that very seriously too. And so we'll provide as much information as we can as we gather up information about those reclamation and closure requirements. We're more than happy to share those.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. I guess, there's, it just seems like, the presentation is going where everything's kind of already a done deal. Really don't have to, just like you said, come before us but it's good to know that you're making that effort. But I think, we do have, because we oversee the whole county as the 5 board members, questions are going to come up. A lot of this route is all through Navajo and Hopi, and we have Paiutes that live in all these areas going all the way up to Ute Mountain. So you're talking about the tribes. We've been meeting with tribes. I'd like to know what tribes you guys have been meeting with, because as we go out in these districts, they're saying that nobody has come forth to tell us anything or even let us know what's going on, and they ask us and we're like clueless, and it just doesn't seem that, because a lot of times the answers that you don't have, I think the miners, people that are actually in the position to as far as the mining company would be able to let us know, so that these questions we can go back and answer to the people. And so I just wanted to know what tribes that you met with. And I mean that's just to say, I just want to go back and say, okay, these are the tribes they met with and where, just some information. That's what we're being asked for. So, and it is true that, in Tuba City, the uranium, the mining there, it seems like everybody profited from that. And then we're the ones that are struggling with it. Nobody came back and said, here's some monies for cancer. Here's some money for all the stuff that you lost. Your homes, they had to pull a lot of trailers away from rare metals and vacate everybody and told them to leave. Sheep were affected for miles. People were told to get rid of their livestock, and that's their main livelihood. We have sheep, cattle, horses, donkeys, and all sorts of animals out there. And yet, we lost all of that. Nobody's coming back to really say, this is how we'll help you. And now it seems like, to me personally, it just seems like we're kind of going through that same route again. And right now, for rare metals is just there, and people are I don't know. I think they're afraid of what's going to happen again with this uranium mining that's going to happen again. The spill, people, who's going to do the cleanup? If a vehicle is, down or whatever, and it spills, who's going to do that? We're not even trained to deal with those things. And how long is it going to take? Anything that happens on the reservation takes years. And by that time, that's when it's going to affect all these families. We have a lot of people that live along these 2 routes that you're talking about. And they're the ones that are going to be affected. And so I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, wow, this is another thing we just talked about in our board meeting earlier, a proclamation that we passed, and it brings me back to that, because we went through Bennett Freeze, we went through all sorts of land issues, within our tribe, and we're really passionate about things that are, simple things like this, and we're leery about what it's gonna bring. And so, and that's the reason why, I'm thinking maybe somewhere along the way we could have the company come, the mining company come, and our answers will be answered, our questions will be answered, I'm sorry. So I'm thinking in that way right now. So I just, it's something, and the routes too. If we go through, there's one route that's going to go through 2 districts. Another route's going to go through 5 districts. Why can't, the company say just the one that's going to affect the 2 districts, if it's going to really go, instead of exposing everybody else within the 5 districts? So instead of, I mean, it's like, yeah, let's go to smaller routes so we don't have to expose a lot of other people, you know, I think that's, you know, that's more appropriate than, because it's gonna affect them, no matter what, even if it's just in the air, it's gonna affect. We have a lot of cancer. I lost my dad to cancer. So anyway, that's my spill.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Horstman.
Well, I don't want to
These
see.
are both the plans, so she looks at me like, no.
What are you talking? No, you're right. In terms of, you know, certainly the southern route exposes many more people. You know, districts aside, it does expose many more people. One of the questions that I have a couple more questions. One is there any, does the EPA do any kind of air monitoring along the haul route?
So my understanding is EPA doesn't specifically.
ADEQ.
ADEQ is responsible for the air quality permitting.
Uh-huh.
And on my to-do list is actually to look at the monitoring requirements tied to that. But one thing that the company has indicated is they're not required to do radiation monitoring along the haul route, but it's something that they typically do. I just learned this today. So I asked them for their radiation monitoring plan along the haul route when they have that available. So that's
That'd be
something that
good.
it sounds like will be happening. And then as far as the actual air quality permit goes, that's something that we're looking into.
Good. And then do you know the anticipated life of the Pinyon mine?
Yeah, I've seen anywhere from 2 to 10 years, but I think what I've been seeing most recently is like 28 months is the anticipated timeline for it. I guess the way the ore body is, it's a fairly discrete unit, and it's relatively small. So once they've mined that out, as I understand it, it's kind of a done deal, and it's a relatively small deposit.
So it really looks like we need to look at the EIS to really see what, that's quite old, but that's really going to be the terms which they're going to be held by, it sounds like.
In terms of the Forest Service authorization.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hess.
I only have basically one question. Their grandfather clause or the valid existing rights clause, is there an expiration date on that? That you know of?
Not that I know of.
So it could be forever, it could be, we don't know.
I think as long as the monument's in place under the current proclamation.
But the one that the Pinyon mined, they had the ground, so.
Oh, in terms of their valid existing right?
Yes.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's kind of for the life of the mine.
Really? Okay. And then we know we talked the alphabet soup as far as who gets to know who's, but do we know who is tracking them? You guys aren't the ones on the roads, but is it ADOT? Who is it?
You know, again, this is something that we're learning ourselves. I think it'll be based on, again, those federal requirements tied to radioactive material transport. And I think, again, based on the radioactivity of the material. So it could be, my understanding is if it's a very, very low concentration of radiation, which, you know, you could achieve by putting a little bit of radioactive stuff in a truck full of dirt, right? You know, so if it's something like that, it could be just like any other truck driving down the road. But if it's something that's a much higher concentration, I think there are other requirements that it'll be held to.
Okay, you know, this is a tough question and it's a interesting dilemma that we look and that we talked about. We're just kind of finding out what is going to be done, not if. So those are the two questions I had. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
And by the way, thank you for giving us what you've got and the information you have. It's helpful for us. And two things for my, one for you, one for my colleagues, is in terms of the potential authorized haul routes, just take a look at that map. If you take a look at 64 going into 180 then goes down into Flagstaff halfway or about a fourth of the way, of course, which is the blue line that continues is not 180, but it makes it look like it is. I think that's Cedar. Is that correct? And that's a Forest Service road?
Most of the blue line would be the section on Babbitt. Babbitt and State Land.
And that's a Forest Service road, as I understand it.
Not, it's a portion of it is a Forest Service road, and then once it crosses off the forest, it no longer is.
Oh, good. So, okay, so that's why the authorization across Babbitt's.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to exactly why that route was chosen, other than it was more direct than the southern route that's on the map, and it would cross less national forest land.
Thanks. And then just my colleagues, I have reached out to Energy Resources for a tour for the Board of Supervisors. And they did say that they would in fact organize a tour for the board and some staff, and have not heard back, but I will keep following up. And hopefully we can use that as an opportunity to really hear from them directly.
Yeah, thank you. I had two questions, but they have in part been answered already. One was, how long the anticipated life expectancy of this mine. Just so I'm clear, you said 2 to 10 years, but more like, I heard 8 to 10 months is more expected?
I think 28 months is
28.
what I've been hearing. So more on the 2-year side is what we've been hearing most recently.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question I have, which is, are there any kind of regulations or any towards transportation of uranium tailings through populated areas, in particular the southern route coming through Williams, Flagstaff, and then all along the reservation? Are there any kind of regulations, or is there any kind of do we have any authority over any kind of transportation ordinance to be able to at least require certain requirements to transport or through our county?
I'm not sure about the second part of that question, what authority you would have. But again, I think in terms of the general requirements, they're tied to those federal standards for transport of radioactive material that are based on the radioactivity of it, basically, essentially how intense that radioactivity is. And that's something that we can post that document to our website. So I know a lot of folks have similar questions.
Okay, thank you. Our county deputy county attorney, can you answer if we do have any kind of authority over transportation ordinances? Yeah, safety ordinance through our county?
I can't tell you that off the top of my head, but it's certainly something we can look into.
Please do. Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or comments from board members? This is something that we are concerned about, in particular, the transport of the ore. I'm sure we would prefer not to have mining happening, uranium mining happening in our county, but if it has to happen, we want to make sure it's as safe as possible. So we want to make sure that we've looked at every avenue to ensure that we're making sure that it's safe through our populated areas. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I would request that, you're having these meetings with the companies and others. If there's any heads up that you could provide to us, because we represent the communities that are going to be impacted by this, or, just the route that's going to be going through. The more information we have, the better information, because there's quite a bit of misinformation that is out there. So if you could share those information with the full board, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman?
Just, again, thank you for, your diligence on this, following up, checking around with the mine, working in collaboration with the various tribes and with, of course, Coconino County. So we really appreciate that. I know our residents appreciate that. And, onward. It's, this is something we were hoping we would not have to address because of the monument, but as you say, it's grandfathered in. So the next best thing, as our chair said, is we want to make sure that we're diligent in everything we can do to ensure the safety of our residents in Coconino County. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members, just want to thank our partners with the Forest Service for their excellent partnership on many different issues, coming in on a early notice. Thank you. One thing's for sure is there will be change in scientific knowledge over the next 30 years, and how that impacts what's going to happen.
Well, it doesn't matter because the EIS statement was written in the 1980s, and I'm sure nothing has changed since the 1980s, right, Gregory?
That's right. So, but on a more, not to make light of a very serious situation, in my studies, we've seen scientific knowledge change as it relates to environmental hazard and risk. So, something to be certainly looking at, and we'll be continuing to provide you updates.
Yeah, I have a question on that. Is it common practice to, if something's approved 40 years ago, to not revisit the environmental impact statement? Because you would think that after 40 years, things might change.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we did actually revisit it in 2012 and did a comprehensive review of all the environmental analysis, the water analysis, the wildlife analysis, and so on, and determined that there was a need for supplemental analysis based on taking existing knowledge at that time and comparing it to the knowledge that was used in the 1980s. Now we're always kind of on the lookout for new scientific literature, new studies that might indicate there's some difference in environmental components that might be affected by the mine. So if something like that were to come to our attention, then we would initiate a similar review. So it is something that we're always, we recognize it's old. It's an old document. So
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but it is a concern that even the most recent environmental impact study wasn't done since 2012, and we're 2024. So that means even that's 10 to 12 years old. To me, it's a concern that it wasn't revisited sooner before they were allowed to go online. So, but I understand you don't have any control over that, but I just need to make that statement. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, board members. Are we ready to transition? We have some guests here that have joined us today.
Yes, you may transition.
Thank you. So we have Bob Holmes and Anna Ma with Nexus Consulting. They represent UNDC. And so I'll turn it over to Keith Breckus real quick. He's going to go through the work that he's been doing on FY25 congressionally directed spending. And then Bob and Anna will be here to answer any questions as it relates to their on-the-ground knowledge and insight from Washington and the expertise that they bring. And then also provide a federal update before we transition to the state. And we also have Karen Cruz here, and we're delighted that she was able to come up and join us, as well as she's been tracking your state agenda down at the state. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Breckus, who will go through our department outreach and projects that we've tentatively identified for your direction as we prioritize heading into our NACO legislative conference and Hill visits, where we'll be able to bring these projects forward to the members. So Keith.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, Board of Supervisors. Keith Breckus, Coconino County Government Affairs. I'll try to be brief today because I know I've talked to each of you probably 2 or 3 times on the congressionally directed spending requests, and we have had some updates from the departments and other things in the last week or so. In some context, we were able to meet with Bob and Anna yesterday and get some of their feedback on which things might go and which wouldn't. But I think before I get into the FY 2025 projects, it's probably worth mentioning, and Bob highlighted this yesterday, the last round that was completed and went through the budget process and appropriations, Coconino County was successful in FY 2023 in getting 3 projects done. And that's largely because the proactiveness of this board and the staff. 3 projects, congressionally directed spending projects to 1 county is probably unprecedented. I know it hasn't happened anywhere else in Arizona and probably nowhere else in the United States. So very good work in terms of being ahead of the game and getting things done, and having our senators and representatives advocate for us, and having projects that are well designed that get looked upon favorably by the Appropriations Committee. And I think part of that is because we do start this process early. So I should say for FY 2025, we don't actually have the guidance out as to exactly, which buckets of funding or how much is going to be funded. We have communication largely from Bob and Anna to our Senate offices on what they expect to happen. And one really piece of good news this year is Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema are going to have one portal where we can submit so that we don't have to do double applications. Each senator, my understanding is in previous cycles or the expectation might be that each one can tout 25 projects around the state of Arizona, and they're going to work together so that they're not doubling up. There'll be 50 projects and they'll both probably sign off to support the projects they approve of. But one name will sort of put that in their category and one in the other one. And if we do get that far and we're in good shape and they support them, if it goes under one of the senators' names, we shouldn't assume that they're the only ones supporting it. Probably had both their supports, but they divided up how they're doing that kind of thing. So the other thing I'll mention is FY 2024 projects. We had some, and they're on that one pager there that have not been adjudicated yet because they haven't really passed a budget for 2024. So some of those projects did make it sort of through the process of the senators supporting them and have a good chance of being in an appropriations bill if they do pass a budget this year. But that's sort of an open question. As Bob and Anna pointed out, they may just push through the year with continuing resolutions, and particularly because it's an election year. And so members in DC will have sometimes competing priorities or reasons to do certain things. So it's possible that we may just have continuing resolutions through the year, and then that'll make it more difficult for some of the congressionally directed spending to get through. And then I'll get to 2025 and I'll go through it pretty quickly. But again, the expectation here is I think there will be some challenges in terms of, I don't think we should expect 3 of our projects to make it to the finish line and get in. But if we do one, we're doing pretty good and we're going to try as hard as we can. And maybe we'll get 3. The positive thing is Senator Sinema is on the Appropriations Committee. And on the House side, our current rep isn't supportive of congressionally directed spending per se, so he's probably not going to put forward 15 projects, which he could do. But we do have one nice thing is that the Arizona delegation, Juan Siscomani, who represents CD6 in Tucson area, is on Appropriations Committee. And so we have a unique situation where the majority in the Senate, to the extent that Sinema still caucuses with the majority, even though she's nominally an independent, we have somebody on Appropriations in the Senate majority. We have a member of the Arizona delegation in the majority on the House side. And while he's going to lead with projects in his own district, so he won't, one of the things we can do is talk to them and make sure that if something gets into a budget, he doesn't take it out of that, or if things get pulled, he has notified our county that he will try to keep our stuff in there if it gets there. So we do sort of have that support. And then of course, Rep. Gallego, we can reach out to because he's now running for statewide office. So he may not restrict his projects to his own current district, and probably won't, because he'll be interested in trying to help people across the state, not just up here, but maybe in Yuma or other counties. Yeah, did you have a question?
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you, Keith, and thank you, Bob and Anna. Just a question on Congressman Crane not supportive of these projects. How are the projects set up, funding? They're not set aside dollars that go through how they are set aside. So what happens to the dollars that the communities could have received through Congressman Crane, that he's decided that he's not gonna help his communities with? What happens to those dollars? I guess they're just not allocated. The departments don't have to do anything with it. How does that work? It's just a little complicated. I think that there's this earmark that happens in Congress, in the House side and the Senator's side, and we're proposing projects, and everybody else is as well within the districts. But our congressman has decided that he doesn't want to do this.
Yeah. I appreciate the question. I think it's a good question, Supervisor Fowler. So yes, Congressman Crane does not ask for earmarks. He will ask for grant funding. His differentiation is that he will not ask for new money. He will spend existing money. So to your point, your question is, where does the money go? Simply put, the money goes to another district or another congressman or another senator that asks for money. It doesn't just magically go back to the treasury and we save money. It goes somewhere else, so.
He's also not the only member of the Arizona delegation that does not ask for these congressionally mandated spending. So it's also 3 others. So that money also doesn't come back to their districts or the state, possibly. So thank you, Supervisor.
And to add one last point, we're disadvantaged to some degree because if we get an earmark in the House and we don't get it in the Senate, we can still have a chance to get it in the budget. Now, our only road is to go to the Senate, so we're disadvantaged to some degree.
That's just so disappointing. There's just so much need and there's an opportunity miss here. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? All right, please proceed.
So I'll go right into the projects, and our understanding is that we probably should submit 5 is a good number. And then I did adjust it because the sheriff's department has their own project, but that probably wouldn't count as one of our 5. So we're basically looking at up to 5 projects plus the sheriff's that we could put forward. And then I'll go very briefly over them. And then one thing is potentially if we can prioritize 5, or we might have sort of at the end a contingency plan for a 5A and a 5B, because a few of these we might need a little more information. So none of this is etched in stone today because, like I said, we'll be making the submissions in the spring and we'll have a little more information and guidance, but want to present to you what the departments have brought forward. So the first one is from facilities, and it combines with Flood Control District, Emergency Management Department, Coconino County Public Works Yard, is to have an emergency operations center. That's a single point of coordination, which would have all those agencies all those entities working together and having a central location to do all that and have a state-of-the-art facility that allows for that kind of coordination. That's a $4.5 million project. And I think what I'll do is I'll run through these all, and then if you have questions on the individual projects, we can take it right at the end. In the interest of time, I think that might be the most efficient way. The second project that we're looking at, also that facilities brought forward, and this one was funded or partially funded in the earlier round of congressionally directed spending, but then it asked for the total project amount. So there's a remaining amount that could be done for the Coconino County Tribal Nations Service Center. That would provide services to the communities up in that area around Tuba City, which include Navajo Nation, but also the Hopi and Moenkopi and the San Juan Southern Paiute, to have that tribal service center. There's additional funding to complete all the things to provide the services there. And also my understanding is I know both Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Horstman had mentioned that the county has allocated some money to that. If this full request of the additional 1.3 million was made, that would, my understanding from talking to the facilities man, that would be adjusted so that it would not that money could offset the county's costs or whatever. So that 900,000 would could potentially be passed off to the feds if they approve this project, or it wouldn't come. It's not like we're added the county's money and then adding additional to that. That's not the plan. It would reduce the cost for the county. The third project that was brought forward is the Parks and Recs, the improvement of the sanitation facilities at Fort Tuthill. That's about $1 million project, and it's modernizing and making the facilities nice. As someone mentioned, there's a lot of activity there. It's a snow play center, other things. So just having more flush restrooms there would be very helpful in terms of for visitors and residents. The fourth project is the Health and Human Services. It is the medical examiners upgrades for equipment for the medical examiner's office. You can look through the list. There's a significant number of things that they could use to improve their services and be able to do what they need to do there. It's about a $500,000 worth, or I think I added up was like 410,000, but somewhere under $500,000. The next project that I'll mention, number 5, is, and this one was submitted in FY 2024, but probably it didn't go in that one, as the Emergency Operations Center improvements, which would be Crestron's switching system, which improves coordination between departments, improves coordination, communication there. And then it would also add a second mobile unit. So if there's multiple emergencies in the county, you can have a mobile operations center up in Fredonia or down in Blue Ridge or something like that. I guess in terms of prioritization, we sort of have 2 EOC things there. So if the board decides to submit for one, we probably wouldn't put 2 things in the same bucket. So we might sort of have one that would be priority A and the other one priority B if through conversations with our reps, we find out that one is more likely to be approved than the other. The next project is the number 6 on your list, is the digital transformation. That's Cinema's office was helpful in getting a digital transformation congressionally directed funding approved before. There's some additional things they could do. The dollar amount of what they determined there isn't super high. It's 150,000. So it's a little smaller than some of the other projects, which might make it, sometimes when representatives want to put forward projects that they've funded, they might want bigger projects. So just something to look at there. Number 7, the Forest and Flood Control District. Looking at the possibility for improvements on US 89 drainage, which is a big priority for the county. The information that we're getting, or in reaching out to the flood control district, is they're waiting to see whether we get the Protect grant, because that would determine the nature of this request, or even if it's necessary. If we get the Protect grant, quite possible this one drops off. So that's why we don't have a big narrative there, because how the money moves around will be somewhat dependent on if the Protect grant comes through, because whatever that can be funded, then we wouldn't seek a congressionally directed spending for that particular request. Although there might be ways to move money around and still make a request in that area, but the Protect grant would take away a lot of that possible need. Go ahead.
And just one note on the Protect grant and checking with Lucinda is there could be, this could also be in flux based on if we're awarded, how much we're awarded. So we're in a contingency phase where basically all options are on the table, including the appropriation request through the RTAC bill. We already have secured the AZ Smart Match with Chair Vasquez's testimony this summer. And then we have the FY24 request for Copeland and Government Tank that haven't been adjudicated. And then possibly this $3.5 million for FY25. But again, everything would hinge on the Protect grant. And I believe, Bob, we're anticipating an award notification in February. Is that correct? Thank you.
And the final one on the list I'll mention, and the Sheriff's Department has had submitted a grant, or submitted a request last year for a search and rescue vehicle. They are resubmitting that request because they're not sure how the FY 2024 went. So they're submitting through the Sheriff's Department for that vehicle in FY 2025. That's around 300,000. And I have put it to the back of your list just to specify that that's going directly from the Sheriff's Department up to the senators. So it's not something that, it's something for the board to be aware of, but in terms of prioritizing projects, it's sort of off the table as far as not something that you have to figure out. And then in terms of context, or which things are likely to receive the most support, I'll leave it to Bob and Anna to explain some of that, but if you have questions, any one of us can answer those.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
And I may have missed this, but any idea when we're going to hear about the Protect grant?
End of February is what we're hearing.
That's right, Supervisor. It was originally supposed to be announced December. Anna met last week with DOT officials, and they confirmed. That was one of our questions we had for them. They confirmed end of February. They're running a little bit behind schedule.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right, I think we're good. Thank you very much, everyone, for the presentation. Oh, Supervisor Fowler, sorry.
Thank you so much for working on these projects. These are so important for us. You know, we're an arm of the state, and but the state legislators also ties our hands on some of these, you know, things that we need to do for our residents and be able to provide better service and meet the needs of our, you know, of the county. We're bumping up against expenditure limit, and even if we have dollars that we can use for some services, we are not able to do it because the state you know, there's limitations that are put upon us. There's state mandates that are rolled over to us, so we end up picking up a lot of the costs that the state was supposed to do. So now, you know, it is so important when we are all as elected official, it would be ideal if we were all working together. Here's an opportunity, and we're able to take advantage of this opportunity that is that's happening across the country with other electeds. It's not just the Arizona delegation, and yet our representatives choose not to participate and just denying us this opportunity when the county is already challenged with its own, you know, the funding and not being able to pay for these. So, and then these projects, our staff take, our staff from every department, sheriff's department, all the emergency managers, all of them, they work so hard to put a clear project together that is benefiting all. And they're well thought out, well written, and well delivered. And thank you, Bob and Anna, for advocating for these when you're in DC. These are major projects that could change lives for the better in Coconino County. So when we look at these projects and the board looks at them, the staff looks at them, and our county manager says, yes, let's move this forward, then, you know, it is well thought out, and we know what it's going to do for our residents out there. So I just want to thank you, and I want to say again, and to our leadership that we partner with to also help us to help our county, help us to help your district residents, citizens that and so these are not just projects that we just decided, hey, I think we should get this money. That's not how it works. So I just want to thank you for your presentation and also just the work that you've done. Want to thank Bob and Anna for working with us for all these years and really being at the forefront in DC for us. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler, thank you so much for your kind words. We definitely believe in the projects that you do. Staff does an incredible job year-round in making sure that to provide you the projects that they think that are necessary for your communities. And so we're looking forward to having your 5 projects that we can advocate for back in DC. And we're looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, we don't know why we can't get all 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gregory, we actually almost left the IT digital transformation earmark on the, so we actually got 4 that. That speaks again to the good work that the board does, the outreach, the lobbying efforts. They make a big difference. That's honestly. We really appreciate coming to DC, and we appreciate all the good work that the staff has done from the executive team down to, of course, Gregory and Keith do a great job. So we're valued by the partnership, and these are, as you said, Supervisor, these are transformative projects. If we can get these done, it's great for the county. So we're just
this is why we do what we do. We love what we do. We love serving the county, and we love bringing dollars back to the state. So, especially this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
And we even got a national monument. So we got 4 congressionally delegated funding, so, and we also got a national monument. Pretty good. Thank you both, Bob and Anna, and our great staff. Really appreciate your advocacy.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, and then in that case, I'll make my own comments. I just want to say thank you for all your advocacy and your work up on the Hill, and look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks as we continue pushing for our projects and advocating for Coconino County. Thank you.
Bring comfortable shoes.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, and, sorry, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Begay?
Big thanks to Bob, Anna, Karen, and our staff here. I really appreciate all the advocacy you guys do for us. And anytime we see you, that's what we say. We're so thankful to have you guys on board, and that, this year, we might even get 4 or 5 of the things that we want to. And so I just want to say thank you so much again, just like the rest of the board is, stating. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and board members. And just to note, we will be teeing up talking points as we head into our delegation meetings and Hill visits on these, and then be ready to pivot as the guidance comes out and we learn more going forward. So I think Bob was also going to give a quick federal update. So
Before you do, Supervisor Fowler has a comment.
I just noticed Nicole is still here, and team, I want to just thank them. And these projects, some of them require great partnerships, and we do have that here. So I just want to thank the Forest Service and working with us and other agencies that have helped to develop these projects. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I can, you brought it up, so I'm sorry. Do we happen to have a list of their Hill visits or administrative agencies visit? Because I know we do want to add the Chief Moore in the Forest Service if we can.
So we have drafted a list in which Bob and Anna have had since December based on last year, and we keep adding as we have conversations with you all and our staff, and I will share that list. We don't have scheduling right now because DC, they do schedule a couple days out or maybe less than a week.
Yeah. Certainly, we are victims of the congressional schedule, and they don't know when and if they're going to meet on a particular weekend, what days. So yeah, the senators, we probably won't have a firm commitment them until 1 or 2 days out. The rest of the delegation maybe a few days before, but it really kind of coalesces in the last couple days. But we'll make sure that we make that request to Chief Moore. Hopefully he'll be in town and we'll be able to get that meeting. If not, we'll meet with Deputy Chief Chris French, who's been he's an NAU grad, so how bad can he be?
And one thing to note, in case the public is listening, the reason why we don't see forest restoration on here is last year's guidance, which we're continuing to operate under unless things change. We'll be ready to pivot, is that congressionally directed spending could not be used on federal land. So with that, that significantly reduces the scope of the ask that we can do based on the guidance that we receive. However, we're always nimble and looking for opportunities, but that's why you don't see a request around that arena, given the #1 public safety threat in the county.
Supervisor Fowler.
Could you also mention the cities and towns?
Yeah, each city and town has their ability to put requests in. I know Supervisor Fowler, you mentioned the need for rural electrification for some areas in your district. We did have some research done and sent that over, but any jurisdiction can put requests in. It would just be up to the Senate office to then vet those and decide based on the priority of the member where those monies would be allocated. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Bob and Anna. They'll give a quick federal update and then we'll transition to the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Supervisors. Great to spend some time with you yesterday, and we look forward to seeing you in DC in a couple of weeks. I'll make this really brief.
because we did talk a little bit about it yesterday in our meetings. Obviously, we're working under a continuing resolution right now. So the fiscal year started on October 1st, 2023 for fiscal year 2024. There's two continuing resolutions. They've used a laddered approach this year, they're calling it. The continuing resolutions now expire on March 1st and March 8th. We expect those to be the last continuing resolutions for the year. They'll pass a budget. So we'll be 6 months into the year before we get a full budget for the year. That will free up some of these funds. One of the reasons why Protect has probably been a little delayed is because they don't have their full year funding. So that's why there's kind of been some delay in some of these things. So that's what's kind of going on. I think it's important to note. Yes, go ahead.
Supervisor Fowler.
Just you mentioning that, Bob, I was wondering if you might mention the impact of the this month, several months to months approval of these budgets, what the impacts are to agencies.
Well, that's a great question, Supervisor Fowler. That means if they get, for instance, the continuing resolution now goes through March, that means they only can allocate for that set amount of funding. So up to 6 months, that's what we'd be from October 1 to the March 1. They can only allocate for 6 months of the year based on last year's funding levels. So, just to be frank, it's a bad way to do business. Businesses, they have 5-year business plans. And so this makes it really hard for the agencies to act in budget. And I know Forest Service certainly has that problem in budgeting for the year when they only have this uncertainty. So, yeah.
All right, thank you.
So I'll add a couple more things. We talked about the FY25 budget. We expect those portals, even though we're not done with FY24 and we don't, we've got a couple of congressionally directed spending. We have one congressionally directed spending that takes care of 3 different projects. We have that in right now. We'll look at these next ones, and the portals, as Gregory alluded to, will open probably March 1st and they'll close March 15th. So we'll have 2 weeks to enter the portals to get appropriations. Moving forward, it's really important to note we're in an election year. And in an election year, not much gets done. So it's really important that the first part of the year is when all the action is going to happen. Say beginning of July, roughly, that's when the campaign season starts, and all policy will be predicated by politics. So we don't expect much to get done by the end of the year. And frankly, I expect us to be operating on continuing resolutions through the election. Depending on what happens in the election, we could see a budget bill done shortly after the election, but it may linger as we are this year into 2025. And that also affects bills that are really important to us. The Farm Bill, for instance, it has a forest title in it, and they have an extension until of the current Farm Bill that it goes till September 30th, 2024. And again, they're not going to do a Farm Bill 6 weeks before an election. So we expect they'll do another extension. But the silver lining in all this is that we'll be able to push some of our Farm Bill priorities, forest priorities or forest health and management and restoration priorities when we go back to DC in a couple of weeks to advocate. So I think with that, I'd just like to leave it to questions, and Anna and I would be happy to answer any of those you have, or if you want us to talk a little bit more about some of the issues, we're happy to do that as well. So thank you, and good luck and congratulations, Supervisor Hess. Drinking from the fire hose.
Are there any questions or comments at this time? Okay, well, thank you very much for the visit. It's always a pleasure to have you out here and look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Switching to the state side, which doesn't have as much, it's equally pessimistic. So the JLBC just released their report for December, and sales general fund revenues were $75 million below the revenue enacted forecasts. The largest loss was in the corporate income tax, down 24.3%. Year to date through December, the urban revenue sharing and one-time dependent tax rebate are 8 revenues below the FY23 budget. In total, 2024 general fund revenues are 481 million below the enacted budget forecast. And so we'll be looking to February's report for the month of January. As we heard last week, CSA is projecting a $2.2 billion shortfall that over the next 2 years, with about half of it this year, half of it next year. Karen is with us, but I'll continue here briefly on a quick update. In Senate Government Committee of Reference last week, they voted 4-3 to disband the ACA, the Arizona Commerce Authority, as well as the Arizona State Board of Technical Registration, and that they took action 5-3 on the technical registration. And that board reviews engineers, architects, geologists, land surveyors, et cetera, home inspectors for licensure and certification. So we'll be continuing to monitor that. We heard that when we met with our senator. We've also signed you in support on a number of bills. Before I get to that, our assessor, Armando Ruiz, through ACO, the Arizona Association of Counties, has introduced legislation that'll be heard in Ways and Means tomorrow at 9 a.m. This was drafted by the assessor's office and supported by the Assessors Association, and is part of ACO's legislative platform. And it would provide relief based on disaster that affects property valuation. So when a home is destroyed to an event outside of the homeowner's control, such as a wildfire, the property use changes from residential to vacant because there's no longer a livable residence on the property. And so the assessor is asking us to sign you in support of this. I'd recommend that. Basically, it would allow the assessor to have the ability to ease the tax burden and the valuation on people that are affected by disaster, of which we're no stranger, unfortunately, in this county. And it allows the assessor to be proactive instead of putting the sole burden on the property owner to file a claim for the destroyed property. And so I will be signing you in support of that. The assessor reached out today on that, and it's good public policy that will have tremendous benefit to those affected during the worst of times through wildfire, other natural disasters. So I'll pause there for any questions.
Supervisor Horstman.
No, I'm just going to say, yes, please sign us in on that and support. And I'd like to hear how that goes with our assessor. And we saw the need for that during the fires that destroyed 13 homes and of course, major damage to others. So for the post-wildfire flooding. So please let us know how that goes.
Absolutely. We'll be monitoring the hearing at 9 a.m. and certainly providing a report in Ways and Means in the House and seeing how that conversation goes. So.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, please continue.
So on that note, we have signed you in support of the PSPRS continuation and the Arizona Commerce Authority, as well as the RTAC bill, which is HB 2412. And then the military installations bill that we worked on and had drafted through our military installation sustainability grant through Jay Christelman's community development operation that funded the development of that model legislation. That legislation has been introduced by the Department of Defense. They're running point on it, and they've ironed out some definitional challenges as it relates to which installations are covered by the notification requirements when there's development that occurs within an influence area. So we've signed you in support of that. We're teeing up letters to send out to our colleagues like Yuma County, who supported us on that, to send out through our LPC rep, Supervisor Horstman, to reach out to her colleagues so that we can mobilize a multi-county coalition as it relates to the board's advocacy on these items. We've also signed you in on the State Match Fund Rural Transportation Bill, which is HB 2318, which provides and allows like Mountain Line Metro plan to access the state smart funds, provides greater access to rural Arizona agencies that are implementing projects. And then we've signed you in opposition in a few bills, including the VMT tracking prohibitions, which would reduce your authority to determine how to generate revenue in the future based on changing technology, such as electric vehicles. Unfortunately, that passed the Senate Transportation Technology and Missing Children Committee 4-3 along partisan lines, as well as another bill for the transportation system performance for ADOT and the SCR, which would prohibit those vehicle monitoring, was also passed amended 4-3. And so we're watching these bills passing through the Senate along partisan lines. Another piece to be aware of is the SCR 1006 and its mirror bill HCR 2023, which is the property tax refund nuisance enforcement that would go directly to the voters. We're seeing that as a pattern this year, rather than going through the normal House bill or Senate bill process. We're seeing policy ideas, a number of them elevated to the concurrent resolution status, which is a direct referral to the voters and not subject to the veto pen of Governor Hobbs. So that property tax refund bill, which or concurrent resolution would actually, if I had a house and someone was drinking in front of my house, I could say that that's devaluing my property and then appeal to the county for a refund of my property taxes, even though the next day the drinking may have moved on down the street. So there's a number of enforcement and gray areas as it relates to that policy, including the role of the assessor to determine fair market value. Everyone that we've solicited input from have basically noted that this is poor public policy that will fail to solve a problem of addressing some of our challenges that we see from those less fortunate and unable to have secure housing, which is a huge issue in this community. And then to that line, we've also signed you in on the settlement agreements bill, which is 2275, which would take away the board's settlement agreement authority and place it with the state legislature. We're continuing to update as bills move and are agendized. We'll be reaching out, text, email, as we need to sign you in the request to speak system. Mr. Hess, CSA, has established your credential and it was sent over on Monday by Jacob Emmett. So you have that for your record and certainly can sit down with you and discuss that system when we have time. But I won't take up any more of your time because we have the rock star Karen Cruz here, and she'll be providing a brief update from her activities on your behalf down at the legislature. So with that, Karen.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Gregory and Mr. Chair and members. I'm very honored to be here for the first time in person with you. I'm really thrilled to be working with you and to be your advocate down at the state capitol. It can be a little squirrely and things move quickly sometimes. So I can't speak enough about the level of expertise and just awesome staff that you have here at the county. They're some of the best intergovs in the state. I would put them against anybody at any level. They're really fabulous. Just really quickly, I'm working actively on your behalf on House Bill 2193, which is the DFFM bill, to advocate for $35 million on an ongoing basis for emergency response funding that has been assigned to Military Affairs and Public Safety Committee. It's not been agendized yet. So that's why you haven't seen much activity on it yet. But once it becomes, shows up on an agenda for MAPS, you'll be hearing from Gregory and others. And we will be not only signing you in for request to speak, but we'll probably also be offering emails to each of the committee members, perhaps to whatever level of engagement you would like to engage in. We're absolutely happy to make that happen. But there's a whole suite of activities that we can talk about.
Yeah, and we'll most likely be calling on Supervisor Horstman and her role as LPC to testify on that. However, should this occur when we're in DC, we'll have a contingency plan in place so that Karen or Adam may be able to testify. Given that we have so much going on right now, there is a chance that as bills move through the process that we're in DC and it gets agendized. And so we'll be playing that calculus out as we get to that point.
And just an FYI for you, oh, Supervisor Fowler, just a note for you that Representative Sosi serves on the MAPS committee. And so it will be a friendly, familiar face on that committee as we are down there. And we have briefed him on this issue, and he's obviously very supportive of us. The other bill that I'm actively working on is on behalf of Sheriff Driscoll and some other law enforcement agencies around the state that border adjacent states. And it has to do with the cross-certification of peace officers in times of emergency. So in mutual aid agreements, we now have clarification or are seeking clarification in the law about inviting peace officers from other states, adjacent states, to come and help us under two circumstances and only two circumstances if they're not certified by AZ Post. And that is in case of an emergency, so an active shooter, a car chase, a foot chase, anything like that, and then if by invitation. So if there's a crime that had been committed and it happened across state lines, that they would be able to cooperate with each other in a more finalized way. There was a little bit of a hiccup and a glitch in the lack of clarification in law that we didn't know about. And the only other thing that I would have to add to what Gregory provided for you is that the buzz is that because it's an election year, as Bob said, it's an election year, we are hearing that the state legislature will be getting out relatively early. And that means like April-ish timeframe. The biggest thing we have this year is the budget. They're close to having their budget done to be able to be introduced and negotiated. And the governor obviously already dropped her budget the first week of session. So then they'll start fighting it out. Hopefully we get our 35 million and our 5 million for the 89 as well. That has been very well received. So we hope that we'll be seeing that 5 million for 89 as well.
Just to add on the 35 million, the way we've been discussing it is it's an authorization, not an appropriation. Because it's a challenging budget year, there is a rainy day fund with about 1.5 billion in it. And this would only authorize DFFM through the state forester to make claims for post-wildfire flood mitigation if those events occur. So if it's a rainy day, then we have trouble and we could draw from the rainy day fund. So we're not asking for new money. We're asking for an authorization when we know that these emergencies will arise and they could happen statewide, and that the money is there so that we don't have to go into a special session.
And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I just want to thank Greg, Keith, and Karen for being so creative, having conversations and explaining our situation, why 5 million is so important for Highway 89, and being able to visit our state legislators. The full board has been visiting at the state and scheduling and having these conversations with various committees and chairs and the president. So I really appreciate that. These legislations that are being introduced, like the law enforcement, you know, our law enforcement need backup sometimes. Sometimes they're working and especially along the Arizona strip where my district is. Our sheriff and Kane County Sheriff Department and other departments all work together. It just doesn't make sense when it doesn't. And all these years we've had that agreement there. And somehow this year it was like, okay, this cannot happen. So that was something new that came up that just was like, okay, what happened? So now we're working on legislation to be able to provide those services. As our sheriff has said, and probably listening, one of the places the most search and rescue happens along the Arizona Strip. So the partnerships that we create in those locations with the other agencies, the federal agencies, state agencies across the border, it is so important. And those partnerships are very important. So, and I'm really happy that you're able to pick this up and run with it and be able to talk the language. That's been very interesting process, being able to say, well, it's not in this budget, but where can we find the money? Where can we slide it over? What other language? The 35 million, we had other ideas, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, what about the rainy day fund? You know, I mean, you've been very creative, all three of you, coming up how looking for that solution. Where is it, and where's that yes here? So I just want to thank you, and just want to thank you for just your guidance in the state today. And it is a messy deal. The state is in debt. And remind us how much they're in debt.
They're in debt, they will be in debt. They're projecting to be in debt 2.2 billion. Today, they are in debt 481 million.
And that's where we are very careful as a county that they don't throw it to the counties under the table, and then start making speeches afterwards saying, hey, we balanced the budget. You see, this was the debt, but we balanced the budget. And where did all that go? It goes to the counties, and that's where we have to really protect ourselves and trying to be able to meet the needs of our own citizens, and having this services that we provide, and these additional mandates that come, it just drains our budget. So, you know, that's something that we will continue to be working on. So thank you.
Yes, and I'll just say really quickly that I personally very much appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to travel down to Phoenix and meet with members and staff and explain why these bills are important, and put a personal face to the ask. It's always much better when they hear directly from elected members, constituents, et cetera, on these sorts of issues. So I just want to thank you very much for taking the time to come down and hang out with me down at the legislature.
And we'll be continuing to ramp that up as we need to based on committee assignments and other work. We got to get through DC. I know that's a big one right now. But we're monitoring this. We're not going to let the state slide. We're in good hands with Karen. Along the line of the state cost shifts, we did receive word as it relates to CSA's coalition priority on the probation salary backfill that they're asking for. We've sent communication over to our LPC rep, Supervisor Horstman, who's making reach outs to our legislators individually about the need for the state to continue to fund state mandated services within the probation area. Along that line, and in another one we just became aware of, but just for situational awareness, we did receive information from our superintendent of schools as it relates to accommodation school districts, and the exclusion of those facilities from the school facilities board funding for maintenance and operations. So in 2014, the 2013 legislative session, or FY 2014 state budget, there was a cost shift where they removed accommodation schools from the eligibility of that building renewal grant, even though the schools were paid for and constructed by the school facilities board. So Superintendent Mango Pageant is working on that issue with her colleagues in the Arizona Association of Superintendents. We're monitoring that in terms of what legislation they may be running. And then we've also given CSA a heads up to understand the full scope and scale of that state cost shift to the counties and how that affects other counties to build that advocacy piece around restoring that relief to us. So those are some of the issues that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, with the budget shortfall, our guard is up high to counter those state cost shifts and cuts. We've seen in the executive budget, for example, possible reduction of fare money, which we're engaged on with Cynthia Nemeth, as well as some of the recorder money that for the fraud alert system that the recorder was granted last year. So those are things that we're continuing to watch. And sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Supervisor Fowler.
Just insane, 300,000.
Right. So we're Yeah, we're continuing to monitor all that and track, as well as the board may well remember is HERF is always on the table. We don't want to see that. So we're continuing as things shake out to make sure that we're advocating to keep those monies in place where they need to be and not shifting the costs or unfunded mandates onto the county.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, obviously, Karen, for your advocacy and your wisdom, your optimism and your patience down there. I think that's really important. Good lesson for us to learn, for me to learn, I'll say that, because it is frustrating. And just a couple of things, with regards to the accommodation school and SFB, we need to do what we can to take a look at that and advocate on behalf of the superintendent of schools. And, that's outrageous, quite frankly. So please, let's do what we can, on that. Then the other is in line what Supervisor Fowler was saying, that property tax, nuisance, a settlement agreement, it's all an example of just trying to take away local control. And I know CSA, objected to it and, I know we need to continue to do that as well and be vigilant. So thank you.
Absolutely. Ever vigilant.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, and thank you, Karen, for being out there and keeping the eye out and everything. So I think we've been stressing not to have them, throw things at us that's not coming with monies. And, it's really sad, because it really hurts our operations and what we could get out there for the people that we serve. So I just want to say, Greg and Keith also, and Anna, Bob, all of you three, I really greatly appreciate you, for really going out there and watching out for our county. And by doing that, we've accomplished a lot as a board. So, and we're very proud of the staff, that were involved, and it's all the staff. So I just want to say thank you. Keep up the good work, and, we greatly appreciate you all.
Thank you. I'm energized by your passion, each and every one of you. So I love working with you. I love your issues. I love learning about your issues, and I love your dedication to your job, and that inspires me to do my job. So thank you very much.
I would be remiss if we didn't also recognize Wiam Nazi, who's our intern. She's providing tremendous support to both Keith and I on a day-to-day basis, working 19 hours a week, but it's incredibly important that she's on our team during this very busy period. So want to recognize her for her contributions.
And congratulations, Supervisor Hess.
Supervisor Hess.
Thank you. I had a great time down there in Phoenix with you. I learned a lot from you. You were very helpful at saying, hey, here's who we go here, and this is what I really applaud that in your knowledge and really helpful for me, especially as a new guy. And I guess I'll be on standby if I need to make the run down there. And my office is always open, and give me a call if you think there's something I need to know in order to be best prepared to help this county.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
I'm ready, willing. I don't know if I'm able, but I'll try.
You are
I'm kidding.
you are all three, and I will feel free to abuse you.
I might get a little baby giraffe trying to learn how to walk here, so be gentle. But no, I really do appreciate you guys, and Bob and Anna too. Meeting you guys yesterday was awesome. I really appreciate it, and I really look forward to learning as much as I can from you, and then getting there. Maybe next year I'll be in DC. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the report, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, board members and chair.
All right. Well, unless there's anything else for the good of the order, thank you everyone for a nice long meeting today. We got a lot done. Looking forward to progress moving forward. We'll see you on February 6th. This meeting's adjourned. Thank you.